All right, let's get into the mindset of Lost Judgment. So previously on Lost Judgment, uh, it was tough. It was very tough. This game is not a bright game. It does hit the melancholy a lot, and I am a big fan of melancholy and seriousness, with a little dash of hope and friendship every once in a while. So previously on Lost Judgment, we are getting closer to some answers. So in our pursuit of finding out or trying to debunk one of the videos, either the groping incident that happened at Ikebukuro Station, or Ehara's murder of Mikoshiba. When the murder video at the crime scene in Ichincho. While pursuing that, we met up with a Yui Mamiya, or now we know her also as Yui Suzuki. Suzuki was her main name, and we found that she basically kept to her testimony. However, now we found out that she has a connection. So the big connection here is that she went to Kurosawa Academy, which is a Tokyo high school, and she is linked with Hawaii, who's the alleged, largely the person that took most of the blame for bullying Mikoshiba and more or less pushed him to committing suicide. And we know that Mikoshiba failed to commit suicide, and he's been comatose for over 13 years. While we were pursuing that angle, we found that Ehara, of course, lost his son, Toshiro, to a similar parallel incident. And also, Sawa Sensei was part of the class of Yui and Kawai, who had the not Mikoshiba. What's his name? It's not Mikoshiba. Dang it. Man, I'm drawing a blank on his name now. What the heck? Matsumoto? So there was a kid that was, I'm blanking on his name. So Mikoshiba is the student teacher that was killed by Ehara. So there was another, 13 years ago, there was another bullying incident. And turns out that Yui is connected to that. So it's starting to look like there's a sympathetic ring of people that their core amount of the accomplices were in Kurosawa Academy. And Ehara might have found and recruited a bunch of sympathetic people who went after the individuals who stood by or were part of the bullying. And one of the big revelations the last time we played was that Kawana, or now we know him as Kitakata, Yu Kitakata, he was the teacher that witnessed the bullying and might have actually been, we don't know yet, but the teacher that was implicated in encouraging or even being complicit in the bullying that led to the suicide attempt by a person that's slipping my mind right now. 13 years ago. Unfortunately, while we were doing all this, collateral happened. Sawa Sensei was killed by Soma. And for what we don't know how Soma and the Akutsu is related, but while that was happening, Yagami crossed paths with the RK gang again, who made their way into Ijincho, technically looking for Kuwana or Kitakata, and we ended up scavenging his apartment as he fled, getting the USB that revealed the video the day of the suicide of that 13 years ago of that boy. So that was like the biggest revelation so far. I should have been ready for that Sawa Sensei, because usually when you're playing RPG games, you're wondering who might not make it. And you know what? Judgment? I was like, we knew Matsugane, it's either Genda or Matsugane that was going to take the bullet. The Matsugane ended up taking the bullet. But man, Sawa Sensei, I was not ready for that. When the scene happened, it was like, yeah, all that. But yeah, so now we're trying to locate Kitakata. And that's pretty much where it is. Oh, and the very last scene is now we're buddies with Tesso from the Liumang, because our, my enemy of my enemy is my friend deal. So yeah, let's find out. Why don't I remember the kid's name? We'll be refreshed right away of what's happening. So Sugiura is coming with us to Kamurocho to press Yui Mamiya for more information about her role in the bullying. Oh, and the biggest thing in the investigation is that the only way Ehara will be able to pull off, our current theory is that Ehara did a body switch. He went to commit the murder, filmed the murder of Mikoshiba, then took a 2 to 3 hour ride back to Ikebukuro station, do a body swap with the stand-in, and Yui was complicit. She was an accomplice in the body swapping to protect him, get him use his alibi for groping as immunity, more or less, against the murder of Mikoshiba. Really elaborate. I'm gonna see how more. We're gonna rest. We're gonna head off to Kamurocho to press Yui. I wonder how they're gonna get to Yui though.
You know how they say your life?
Kaito was also stabbed by Soma, and we bumped into basically the surrogate uncle of Kuwana. That's how we got. It was with the USB stick that we got with the incriminating video. So Kaito is in the hospital right now because he got stabbed by Soma.
Flashes before your eyes when you're dying. That shit's real talk.
You saw it all, huh?
Yeah. There I am, bleeding out. And suddenly I'm getting the 3rd degree from Matsugane-san. Back when I was still just a rookie.
Oh, we're gonna see that scene probably. See Kaito have a near death vision with Matsugane, probably.
Captain Hamura stares me down like, time to lose that pinky. And then, Higashi starts crying for me.
Oh yeah, Higashi made
If I'm gonna go, I ought to get a better final scene than that shit, right?
appearance too.
Right?
He helped
I'm
out
sure it'll be
Saori.
rosier when the time comes for real. Glad you pulled through, man.
That bastard Soma, though. Next time, he's fucked. We could have avenged Sawa-sensei if it weren't for that stupid ambush.
Well, you didn't tell the cops about him, did you?
Had to give the cops a statement, so I did. With a generous side of bullshit.
That'll get you busted, you know.
I'm joking. All I said was the truth. That I got knifed by the same twisted fuck who got Sawa-sensei.
In that case, it's only a matter of time until Soma's arrested. So for now, we'll go after Kuwana, the piece that ties it all together. We just have to find him before RK does.
Kuwana, huh? He's on my shit list too, just so you know.
Huh?
Kuwana must have had some sort of agenda back when he first met us. In fact, it's probably because you were looking into Miko Shiba. He palled around with me all because of that. I'm just a sucker of the agency, huh?
I wouldn't say that.
Still. The moment an ass for me to kick turns up, this is the shape I'm in.
Just focus on getting better. Tsukuma will stop by later, too.
What? Sugiura gonna give me the cold shoulder?
He and I are off to question Mamiya. He said he'd drive us from Ijincho and everything.
Later. Hello, non-verbal rigging. Yeah. All right. You take a road, not the streets. Hello, guys. I didn't know Sugiura knows how to drive. Dang.
So, we off to see Mamiya? I'm ready whenever you are.
Let's go.
Yep, let's go.
Alright, let's do this. If your theory is accurate, then Mamiya was involved in both Kawai and Mikoshiba's murders. And even if that's off, we can at least learn more about Kawana-san as a teacher.
Is like key at this point. Oh yeah, we knew Sugiura. Yeah, we knew Sugiura drives. He was the van guy. He was the getaway driver in Judgment and so forth, actually. Kind of funny. Sugiura of all. Something.
Yes?
Hi, it's Yagami. I dropped by with Genda Law the other day.
Not again.
I have just a few more questions I'd like to ask you.
You told me the last visit would be your only one. Seriously, why do you keep showing up here uninvited? Please, just leave me alone.
Because you're an
I suppose I
accomplice
should
of a
mention,
murder.
I'm here today as a detective, not a lawyer.
So what?
And my partner here is Sugiura. He's with an agency called Yokohama 99.
Never heard of him.
He's based in Ijincho. He's working a case. Maybe you saw it on the news? The murder of Seiryo High teacher Yoko Sawa, killed in her own apartment. You and Sawa-san were classmates in high school, is that correct? After leaving Kurokawa 13 years ago, Sawa-san moved to Ijincho to teach. Are you still there?
What is it you want? I haven't seen Yoko-chan since graduation. Now go. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Maybe you'll remember Kitakata-sensei then. I ran into him at Sawa-sensei's home right before the murder. He was your homeroom teacher at Kurokawa, but resigned after the Mitsuru Kusamoto incident.
Yeah, Kusumoto. I got Kusumoto mixed up with Matsumoto, which is another character in Judgment. So Kusumoto is the name of the kid that committed suicide or attempted to commit suicide, and we also need to remind ourselves that something doesn't check out, but it is implied that Kitakata is seeking vengeance, revenge for his guilt, possibly, for being complicit in uh, Kusumoto's suicide attempt.
Just like you, he appears to be connected to Sawa-san.
So why am I being singled out? Can't you just ask someone else?
Believe me, it's a long list. But right now, we're here to find out how Sawa-san got mixed up in all this. You two weren't necessarily on bad terms, were you?
If I had to say, we weren't on the best terms either.
Ah, how convenient. Because that's a perspective I'd like to hear more about as well.
My husband will be home soon. Can you keep it quick?
I'll give it my best shot.
Exactly. Thanks for hearing us out.
Hold on just a moment.
Okay. We don't know what her husband does and what his if he has any connections
Huh.
with
Wonder
all
what's
this.
going on. You don't think she bolted, do you?
Wouldn't count on it.
Should we ring again?
Taking her sweet time in there. Is she trying to figure out an escape plan or something? Does she call for backup? No? Interesting.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I just wanted to clean up a little.
That's suspicious.
Is your
Alright.
son home today?
He's at English school right now. I have to pick him up soon.
Doesn't your husband?
Ooh, English school. Too soon. Too soon. Sawa sensei taught English.
Help with any of that? You said he'd be home soon, right?
Excuse me, but you are in no place to make those kinds of comments.
Sorry. Didn't mean to pry.
Well, what is it you want to ask?
Where do I start? We don't want to tick her off. Sure. The groping was orchestrated. Do you remember? Yeah. We could ask this.
Have you been in contact with Kitakata-sensei lately?
I haven't. He's someone I'd rather not have in my life.
Interesting.
Are you surprised that he stayed in Ijincho after resigning from the school?
No, not really.
How about the fact that now he's using an alias?
I had no clue. But again, he has nothing to do with me.
Oh, he certainly does. Yeah. It's not phasing her. Let's try this.
Do you remember Mitsuru Kusumoto?
Yes, we were classmates in high school.
He jumped off the school's roof after his classmate Shinya Kawai bullied him. I hear
And
he's still
you.
in a coma, 13 years later.
Weren't you going to ask me about Yoko-chan?
I was, but there seemed to be an awful lot of Kurokawa graduates surrounding this case. And strangely enough, they were all in your class. Kitakata-sensei being the prime example, as well as a guy named Akaike-san. Remember him?
Well, you're right. We were in the same class.
And would you say you're all familiar with Mitsuru Kusumoto's situation?
Yes, but that's not a warm memory for any of us.
I understand. I'm sure it's not.
Alright, we're off to a decent start. I should keep it rolling. We also have to remember that Mitsuru Kusumoto is the son of a now prominent politician in the Ministry of Health. And there's a very likelihood that she is also on a crusade against punishing the bullies, which technically would place Yui in the crosshairs. So I don't know how. There's a chance Ehara is pressuring Yui because Ehara also knows that Yui was involved in being complicit in bullying. We're not sure if she's complicit as in trying to redeem herself or make amends in a vengeful way, or that she's trying to free herself of the guilt, just like potentially Kitakata is trying to do. Alright, now we play it in.
The groping was orchestrated, right?
Excuse you?
When Akihiro Ihara grabbed you on the train, you were in on that, weren't you? The whole thing was a conspiracy, staged to play out as it did.
Yeah.
You need to leave. Right now.
Dude, what gives?
No one would even think to consider a predator and his victim could be accomplices. It's unheard of. But if it was to establish a murder alibi, that's another story, considering how much lighter the sentence is. That way, Ihara got away with killing Mikoshiba, paying only a fraction of the price. But as luck would have it, proving it is going to require you to cooperate with us now.
If you don't get up this second, I am calling the police. I mean it.
It took me quite a long time to figure out how you and Ihara were connected. But once I learned Yokosawa attended Kurokawa, it all started falling into place. She was in your homeroom class. She looked after Toshiro Ihara. She was the link to everyone. But just before I could ask her about any of this, she was murdered by Kamurocho gang. That same gang has been hunting your old teacher, Kitakata-sensei.
What is it you want from me?
Lamia-san, do you have any idea where Kitakata-sensei could be? He may be Kawana the handyman, but he hasn't answered his work line since Sawa-san's murder.
I don't know. He was my teacher a decade ago. I barely remember his face.
Well, I'm willing to wager Kitakata-sensei still remembers yours. I'll prove it right now.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no way.
See for yourself.
No.
This was recorded at Kurokawa Academy 13 years ago. Feeling nostalgic yet? It was well hidden. Your Kitakata-sensei had it on a USB drive. He really didn't want this thing being seen. The most interesting part is the date. It's the very same day Mitsuru Kusamoto jumped off the school roof. And hanging out in the back, we see you, laughing and cheering right along with the other bullies.
Guess it's safe to say it's a good thing your family wasn't home. Wouldn't exactly want them seeing this, would we?
Has this video come up? Has Kitakata-sensei ever mentioned to you that he had it?
Please. Please delete it.
Considering the angle, I get the feeling that this was recorded in secret. And based on your reaction, did you even know it existed?
You know what happened to Mitsuru-kun. He's been in a coma ever since what you did to him that day. But still, only one of you took the fall. Shinya Kawai took all the blame. Well, sorta, being that he got fired, Kitakata-sensei took heat too. Still, you all just moved right along with your lives. You've even got happy little families. What? Are you expecting someone?
Amiya-san?
Well, I knew it would happen someday.
What do you mean?
Of course. Her classmates.
Looks like she wanted some company over.
She called up for backup, as expected. Are these guys elites? Or can I grain them? Can I snake them? I can snake them.
Well, this turned into a shit show.
Akaichi. Akaike?
And would you look at that?
Akaike.
Our old friend Akaike-san showed up to play a part.
And his little two buddies.
So
and then the
you are
fourth.
all working together.
Yep.
What should we do with them? They're the jerks who hurt Tsukumo-kun, right?
Break every finger on their hand, it still won't make you even. Come on, they may have more on the way. I have an old haunt in mind we move this to, and Mamiya-san's coming with.
Huh?
Let's not cause a scene, okay? I'd hate for a finger to slip and post this video.
She acted really well, though. Man. Just. Hey,
You
Higashi.
think this is your personal jail, Yagami? What makes you think you can keep bringing captives here?
Well, it's the safest spot we know. Doesn't it feel good to be such a reliable friend?
Old times.
Yeah, Higashi, be cool. We won't be around long.
It's like
Be
2-3
cool.
years ago, man.
You think time's the issue? This is about respect, man.
What you call? We kicking him out?
Oh, wait. I think the arcade looks like it got mopped up.
Oh, quick bit of news, Higashi-san.
Kind of.
Kaito-san got shanked in Yokohama.
What? What the fuck? Kaito Aniki? By who?
You'll know once we're done explaining. Let me introduce you to Mamiya-san first. She called up her friends to come after us just a little bit ago.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And I do it again.
Nah, it
don't
still
give a
looks a
shit
bit
about
run
that.
down.
What happened to Aniki? You better have paid him back already, Yagami.
It still looks run down.
Fuck those RK assholes. And how could Aniki have let him get to him like that?
Now that Higashi-san's up to speed, should we get to it? I imagine Mamiya-san doesn't want to drag this out.
Oh.
What do you intend to do with me?
First, you'll tell us everything you know. We'll decide how to deal with you afterward.
Yeah, never mind. The place looks, yeah, it's pretty identical. Dang, I was hoping for like a spruce up or something, because it's been 2 years, around 2 years, since we last stepped in. Higashi, what the heck? What gives? This place needs some TLC, man. Alright, this is what they do customarily. They allow you to decide when
Then let's
to
get
do
this
the
over with.
interrogation.
What do you want to know?
Alright, let's go. This is chapter 8 or 9, so it's time for the big info dump. Let's go.
Let's start with the video. Any thoughts you'd care to share? I found it on a flash drive in Kitakata-sensei's room. Or should I say, Kawana's. I take it that means he's the one who recorded it.
Yes.
That means Kawana already knew back then the rest of you were bullies too?
Yes.
If that's the case, then why was Shinya Kawai the only student thrown under the bus for it? Kawana-san didn't show that tape to anyone else?
Good question.
We had no idea we were even being taped. We didn't find out about the video, or the reason he sat on it so long until way after graduating.
Why exactly did he sit on it for so long?
Kitakata-sensei said he kept it so he could teach us for the rest of our lives.
What?
Dang, that's
If
vicious.
that video came out at the time of the incident, I'm sure life would have been hard for us then.
Yeah.
After all, Kawai was exposed online, and that would mean millions of yen in compensation for damages.
Yeah, but you guys could have wound up in the same boat.
No. At most, we would have come across as dumb kids he roped into helping him. We might have caught some flack, but people would chalk it up to kids and their cliques and move on. But that's only how I would have gone if it had come out while we were still teenagers.
You're saying circumstances are different now?
Dang, that is vicious.
I have a child now,
Yeah.
a husband, an upscale apartment. If the world sees that tape now, I'll lose it all.
That
And what do you
is
think would happen to my
so
son?
vicious.
The son of a woman who drove a kid to attempt suicide. His life would be ruined. Reporting is more than kids being cruel. Mitsuru jumped from the school roof that very night and is still in a coma today.
I get it. You have that much more to lose now than when you were a kid.
Leverage.
Same for all my classmates. Kurokawa Academy is a prestigious school, after all. Most graduates go off to great universities and land high-paying jobs. One started his own company. Others have families.
And they're all in your position too, huh? If that video gets out, they lose everything.
Exactly. Do you get it now?
Skeletons
He
in the
waited
closet,
for all
man.
of us to get what we wanted in life, just so he could threaten to take it all away. And when that time came, he started contacting us. Every student you see in that video.
When was the first time Kawana approached you?
5 years ago. I was out on a walk with my son when he came strolling up out of the blue. At first, I barely recognized him. His eyes were so hollow. Then, without so much as a word, he took out his phone and played that video. He's a psychopath.
Well, all you kids tormenting Mitsuru looked pretty psychopathic to me.
How well she lied and covered it up in front of a lot of pressure is also psychopath, like sociopathic too, right? And how she colluded out of desperation for her own well-being with Ehara, who is the victim initially of bullying. There's a lot going on. I think it's almost comical that she is being pressured by the same. I don't think she since she's probably emotionally compromised, she can see the the paradox in the, or the ironic situation she's in
And you're
when she
so
said that.
perfect. An angel who never once acted out of line. Never lashed out at someone weaker than you, or sided with the group to shut someone out. Everyone does it. We were just lucky enough to have some creep tape us, picking on some kid who couldn't take it. Why did this have to happen to me?
I'd say it's because bad things happen to bad people. You'll sling your barbs from a safe distance, but once you're on the other side of it, you curl up and play victim.
No accountability.
You said it was 5 years ago that Kuwana showed you the video? Reminds me of something Shirosaki-sensei.
Also, she used a whataboutism, that she's exonerated from slipping and making mistakes because other people slip and make mistakes. That doesn't change anything about the idea that she has made mistakes and that she's in this situation because of those mistakes. In a just world, she may be justified to see the other people who make mistakes to own up and be accountable for what they do. However, that just means more people are held accountable. It doesn't exonerate her from doing anything. It's still accountability.
They was looking into. What?
Whataboutisms are so incredibly dangerous to place in a mindset like that, to justify anything, because then you can more or less emotionally, at least, justify anything by comparing it to a situation that occurs elsewhere.
There was this guy. I think his name was Shinya Kawai. Something about him getting snatched off the streets about 5 years back.
Wanna step back? Mamiya and the other live 5 years ago, around when Kawhi was abducted? So that's a very convenient timing, which means it would put Kitakata at the potential accomplice involved in Kawaii's abduction.
Then it was you guys. You're the ones who abducted him in Kamurocho and murdered him.
Like not necessarily in complicit in the abduction and the murdering of Kawhi, but moving him to action to counteract the Kurosawa crew. So it pushed him into action.
No! It wasn't us! We could never do something like that!
Wasn't us, huh? So you're not denying he was murdered after all? Who was it then?
All Sensei told us was to find Kawhi somewhere in Kamurocho. Then bring him back with us, no matter what it took.
Oh, okay.
Did Kawana tell you what he wanted with him?
Okay.
He needs to be there when you all beg for forgiveness. Is all he said. And if we refused, he'd leak the video.
So he pressure
We all
point
went to
them
see
into
Kawhi, but he
abducting.
wanted nothing to do with Sensei. Considering he'd cost him everything, that came as no surprise.
But doing nothing would cost the rest of you everything too.
Yes. So we had to force him into our
Yeah,
van.
okay.
After he put up a fight.
So how did
Yeah,
Eihara pressure
That
them?
lines up with what the local eyewitnesses said. So then what happened? Nobody's heard from the guy since.
We were directed to bring him to a wharf in Yokohama. And that's where we begged for forgiveness. After that, he said we were free to go. All except Kawhi.
Dang.
So you left him there alone with Kawana?
We had to. The day after, I got a message on my phone from Sensei.
What did it say?
Nothing. There was only a video. It was of all of us, pushing Kawhi into the van. Turns out he recorded what we did in the city.
Even more.
You can see all our faces so clearly. How we covered Kawhi's mouth as he screamed for help. Even if you know all the backstory, the video is a clear-cut abduction. As I was watching it the first time, another message came in. This time, a picture. When I saw it, I just went cold. That's when I knew I would never be able to escape him. It was a picture of Kawhi. Dead. Anyone who saw those messages would think we killed him after shoving him into the van.
And that's how he got his real leverage on his former students.
Since then, we've been at his beck and call. No matter what he tells us to do, we wouldn't dare refuse him.
He's giving you orders?
That man! He forces us to help him. He
Eihara.
makes us accomplices to
that's-
murder.
Now I'm curious. So Kitakata is probably sympathetic to Kusumoto, which is the mother of Kusumoto, Mitsuru Kusumoto. So he probably we're gonna reveal that there's probably a connection between Kitakata, Kusumoto, the now politician, and he's also sympathetic to Eihara because Eihara's son was also the victim of bullying and suicide. So now we have the tier list, right? Eihara might be being helped by Mamiya and co because above him, Kitakata is sympathetic to him. And even above that could be Kusumoto, because she, the mother of Mitsuru, is a high-ranking politician. And generally speaking, I think nowadays most of these plots tend to have like 3 levels: the political level, the puppeteer, and then the grunts, the dirty work, the wet work, and then all the collateral. So this is kind of this is going to a territory that I'm generally incredibly ambivalent about. Social justice can be really, really warped when it comes full full circle. It does. This is definitely a much darker take than the Like a Dragon cast, the mainline Like a Dragon, which deals largely with redemption, path of redemption, learning from mistakes, right, and living and growing with the scars and whatnot. And this one is more like scorch earth. Everything is scorch earth. If you hang around with people, you surround with yourself and associate with incredibly toxic people, you have to be careful that you are not the one that's getting burned as well. And there are no others who are greatly sympathetic to you, because you'll be at the end of persecution just as you treated others. So it's really tough. Like Hawaii, we don't know what kind. He ran a girl bar, apparently. Don't know what kind of person that has become, but it's irrelevant when Skeletons in the Closet comes out to play.
What the hell? Murder who exactly?
Any bullies involved in suicides.
Yep.
That's who Sensei's got it in for.
Yeah.
Anyone he can find across the country. He doesn't even care how old the case is.
Yep.
If a student commits suicide and bullying is suspected as the cause, he'll turn
Dang.
up. As far as I know, counting Kawhi, I think
Mikoshiba,
he's killed at least 7 people.
which includes
7?
Mikoshiba,
How's he
technically.
doing this?
because he's enabling
So his
Ehara.
idea of justice is killing bullies? Across the entire country?
He said that's the only way we can atone. Anyone who drives someone to suicide must always face justice. Until society comes to terms with this, he says we'll keep getting our hands dirty. That way, we might be able to save the next few Mitsurus before it's too late for them.
Not sure I should say this out loud, but I'm kind of rooting for this guy now.
Yeah, let's not.
So was the murder of Hiro Mikoshiba part of that agenda? We know Mikoshiba drove Ihara-san to suicide 4 years prior. That has to be why Kawana let Ihara murder him, and how you found your role in establishing his alibi.
Not just me. Grabbing Mikoshiba required a good number of people. All the people who pinned Ehara down. And even the ones who filmed it, they were working for Sensei.
All
So
of
that's
them.
how it went down.
Dang.
We had an unspoken agreement that we wouldn't directly take part in any killing. He just makes us his accomplices somehow. Like luring a target or digging a hole for a body. But the one thing we can't ever do is turn him down. If we do, he'll send his video of us abducting Kawhi to the police. And then Kawhi's body will turn up with our fingerprints all over his corpse. And we know that because he's hidden Kawhi's corpse in a freezer somewhere.
That's why the body
He's
hadn't turned.
preserving one of his murder victims?
So as long as he has that, you're wrapped around his finger.
Mitsuru Kushimoto's case 13 years ago was the catalyst, yeah. Hiro Mikoshiba, who Ehara murdered, was just one of many. And behind him, Kawana was pulling the strings all along, yep.
Sounds to me like Kawana's had one thing on his mind for 13 years. Sitting on that video and becoming an Ijincho handyman was all in service of his real motive, killing off bullies. He's dragged all his former students into this hell, until the day it destroys every single one of you.
Is today that day?
We'll see. I'm still curious about a few things though, if you don't mind.
What?
There are these scumbags chasing down Kawana called RK. What part did they play? Strangely enough, they never came up once during your confession.
Yeah.
So tell me, why'd they come for Yokosawa?
That I don't know for certain. But Sensei did reach out to Yoko-chan about 6 months ago over the phone. He was asking her about the suicide at Seiryo High.
The suicide at Seiryo High. You must be talking about Toshiro Ehara.
The lawsuit played out like no bullying took place, right? that the school wasn't responsible. But Yoko-chan was a teacher there, and Sensei was able to get the truth out of her.
How'd he do that? What did he say?
From Yoko-chan's perspective, she and Sensei were both just teachers dealing with students attempting suicide. I think that's why she let her guard down and told them everything. After learning the truth, Sensei believed Mikoshiba needed to be held accountable.
So if Sawa-sensei hadn't talked to him, Ihara wouldn't have gotten involved? And none of this would be happening in Ijincho?
Possibly.
No, this isn't right. Sawa-sensei didn't know Koana's identity or his objectives. She thought she was just talking through her problems with a sympathetic ex-teacher. At the very least, she sure as hell didn't deserve to die for that.
It's not like we're the ones who did it.
Who is it?
Block number. Hello?
Soma?
Yo, know who this is, Yagami?
Koana?
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard you're looking for me.
Where are you?
I'm willing to meet you now if you come alone. But you have to let Mamiya go in exchange.
Dang.
What?
Alright. She's free as soon as I see you.
He's got eyes and
Works
ears.
for me. Then come on down to your office. I thought I'd let myself in.
What?
Yep.
Gotta say, this chair's pretty comfy.
Pretty sure I locked up behind me when I left.
Listen, I'll only meet you alone. No one else. And don't make me wait long, or I could change my mind.
He told me to meet him alone. You can let Mamiya-san go once I confirm he's there.
You gonna be alright by yourself?
Well, he already knows Mamiya-san's with us. I'm guessing he was watching us from somewhere. And I can't afford to do anything that would piss him off enough to make him disappear.
Got it.
No. We'll take care of this end of it. Shouldn't you move your ass?
Why does he sound so familiar? Hold up. Odd Capricorn? Hold. You know, I think I'm gonna need to, find out like a database that I would frequent. Or like no. No, not familiar with. Okay. Not familiar. At least on glance. I need a reliable database of like voice acting. A larger database. Alright. Oh, I can skateboard. Nice. Really? Oops. Oh, that's cool. A Wing Chun,
Really, guys?
a Wing Chun move. I like it. A very iconic Wing Chun maneuver. Huh. I mean, all of these are more or less. It's like a hybrid of it. but that one was very iconic. It's more or less a defensive martial arts, so Snake is more or less the closest thing we got to it. Are we going into attack power? I guess. I mean, 80k is rough. We largely got most of our key defensive slash mobility things that will make us pretty reliable now. So all the rest, I guess we could just stack it up to 80k. I do anticipate that we'll need a lot of SP in the long run. Because there are a lot, like a lot of skills. Holy heck. They really, it's like 3 times the number of skills. All the fighting styles got a lot expanded by a large margin. Alright, Kuwana.
Hope you don't mind I let myself in. Now, are you gonna hold up your end and release Yui Mamiya? Come on. You and I can either try to make this work, or neither of us is gonna get what we want. So, you gonna make the call or what?
Hello? Yagami-san?
I'm with Kawana. You can let Mamiya-san go.
Got it. Will do.
Sorry about all this, Yagami. Why don't you sit down? Maybe it's time you and I had a heart-to-heart. How's Kaito holding up?
Kaito-san's recovering in the hospital. For now. Sawa-sensei is another story, though.
I can hardly believe it. She was the last person I wanted to get mixed up in all this shit.
If that's the case, why were you already waiting in her apartment? RK's top men were lying in wait over there to get their hands on you. So why was she the one lying on the ground? Answer me, Kawana. Was it because of you?
Would you feel better if it was?
How dare you?
You're thinking that if you hadn't stuck your nose in her affairs, she might be at home grading her papers right now. You tell me, is that what's eating away at you right now? Because if it is, you're mistaken. That guilt is mine alone to bear. It's my burden to carry. When I saw on the news that she had been murdered in cold blood, it felt like the whole world had stopped spinning to me. I would take it all back right now if I could. But unfortunately, to fix this, I'd need to turn the clock back further than you'd think.
You mean back to when you were a school teacher?
Yeah, basically. Back to when I still had a little faith in humanity. Seeing someone's life get cut short, you never really bounce back from it, do you? But I don't have to tell you that. I did my homework on you, Yagami. It seems you were a fairly accomplished lawyer. You even scored a murder acquittal. But we both know how that ended. The death of an innocent young woman. You and I are the same. We both have scars. And they're the type of scars that never fully heal.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
But for Sawa-kun, it was 13 years ago. The very day before Mitsuru Kusamoto jumped, she stopped me in the hall so she could tell me about how serious the bullying really was.
Oh.
Up until that day, I just assumed it was boys being boys, teasing. I figured it was harmless, that they'd get bored with it, and then they'd move on. I mean, come on. Kawai had to have been twice the size of Mitsuru. It's not like I'd seen any fighting, so I warned him not to overdo it. and eventually he would take the hint.
Well, according to what I was told, you smirked, actually.
Yeah, I guess that's what I did. I was too late. Sawa-kun had to point it out. Sensei, how could you be so blind? She asked. Her eyes were this piercing mix of pity and scorn. According to what she told me, nearly half the class was bullying Mitsuru. She said she'd seen him at the station. She made it sound like he had half a mind to jump onto the tracks right then and there. I'm not so presumptuous anymore, but back then I used to think my students were my biggest fans. I thought I'd won their hearts and minds, but the look on Sawa-kun's face that day made me see the truth. I couldn't just go on smiling like nothing happened. So I decided to do my homework. The next day, I put a hidden camera in the classroom after school.
So he was a recording guy, okay.
So you admit that you're the one who recorded that video?
Yeah. You saw it, right? Talk about the ugly side of kids. Hard to watch.
It wasn't clear.
Unfortunately, by the time I picked up the camera and saw what it recorded, Mitsuru had made his jump. I missed him by a few crucial moments. What happened in that classroom was the final straw. Later on, all the bullies were asked what happened. Each and every one of them lied. Kawai started it. It wasn't our idea, they said. To anyone outside of it, all they'd seen was Kawai forcing Mitsuru to do his bidding. So the people held culpable were Kawai and myself. The callous homeroom teacher who deliberately turned a blind eye. That was the day I began living my life with real purpose.
So you couldn't forgive your students who got away with bullying. You went so far, you put aside your own life to make sure they atoned somehow.
That's right. Mitsuru Kusumoto's still a vegetable. He's as good as dead. But I don't care. We have no right to forget about him.
You say that, even though Sawa-sensei ended up paying for it. I'll ask you again. Why were you at her apartment the other day? Don't dodge the question this time.
I wouldn't say I dodged it. But I suppose I should explain from the beginning. 4 years ago, there was a suicide at Sawa-kun's school. It was her own student this time. You know this, right? A student at Seiryo High School? Toshiro Ehara.
Yeah.
When she was in court, Sawa-kun had no choice but to say there wasn't any bullying. Soon as she told me that, I knew Hiro Mikoshiba would be my next target. Of course, she had no idea about any of that. When Sawa-kun learned Mikoshiba had been murdered, though, she reached out to me herself.
What did she want?
She had a sneaking suspicion that I was involved in his death. She called me a few times, prodding carefully for answers. Quite the perceptive lady, really.
And? What kind of answers did you give her?
I denied any knowledge of it, but at one point, she mentioned something kind of odd. That there was a detective at the school already investigating the incident.
Huh?
She meant you, of course. A detective already knee-deep into the case, despite the police barely even knowing about Mikoshiba. The police are a pain in the ass, but when an out-of-town detective comes sniffing around, that's bad. I knew I had to act fast to get you off the trail. Although, Sawa-kun was a problem too. I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
And then what?
First, I found out where the two of you would be meeting up, at that little cafe. Then, I hired the Leo monk to step in.
Wow.
But you put up one hell of a fight. They had strength in numbers, but you would have taken out the whole group if I hadn't stepped in. Nonetheless, my other message went through. At the same time, Sawa-kun was handed a photo of Mikoshiba's final moments.
And that's
I left
Akane.
that task to someone you know. Yue Mamiya.
Oh, that
They
was
hadn't-
that was Mamiya. Yeah, that checks out. So he doesn't have any ties with the kids at Serio high school. Just relying on the Kurosawa.
Seen each other in 13 years. Sawa-kun had no idea.
The lady in the sunglasses. Yui Mamiya was involved in that too?
Everything I did that night was intended as a warning to Sawa-kun. Although, I guess I didn't have to be so extreme about it.
Yeah. Sawa-sensei was too smart. She must have started suspecting that you'd had something to do with Mikoshiba's murder. After all, who else could have known we'd be meeting at that cafe? She'd have traced it right back to you.
Yeah, you got too
Even
close.
if Sawa-kun had started to suspect me, I knew she wouldn't sell me out to the cops. We're too alike. The both of us lost students to suicide on our watch. That said, I couldn't bear the thought of dragging her down into the mess I started, so I scared her off, and I thought she would stay away.
But Yagami.
The day she was killed, she called to ask if we could speak in person. I could tell something was wrong. She was on the verge of tears the whole call. Then she broke down. I asked her why, of course, but she wouldn't give me a straight answer no matter how I tried to phrase the question.
So then what? Did you just waltz on over there? It doesn't seem like you.
Watch it. You don't know me well enough to say that.
Maybe. But I assume you had some sort of plan going in. Were you gonna confess to her?
Here's the thing. If she'd figured out that I was behind Mikoshiba, and it didn't sit well with her, I would have told her every last detail. Sawa-kun knew. I think she would have understood me. Or at least that's what I had believed. In hindsight, I think she was forced to make that call. Under normal circumstances, I'm sure she'd have rather washed her hands of me. Hard as it is to hear, I think she called me under duress. RK probably had her hostage. That would explain the vague responses. That's probably why her voice was trembling. It's tragic.
You mean it was RK? Why do they want you so badly anyway?
I don't know.
What?
Yeah, we still don't know.
If I knew their angle, I'd be doing more than just scurrying around.
Who is it?
You serious?
Believe me, I'm just as clueless as you are, much as I hate to admit it. Honest. I'm not thrilled that a small army wants my head on a platter. Have you noticed how RK seems to show up at the worst possible times? Someone
Yeah.
must be pulling their strings.
Then we're on the same page. At least we agree on something.
Just a sec. Yeah,
So they are the
I'm
true
still over
third
here
party.
with Yagami-san. You're not being tailed by any of his guys, are you? Okay. Then I'll meet you right now. That was Mamiya-kun. She said she's free. You guys have been true to your word. Tell Sugiura-kun that I said thank you.
Now you want to go? We still have some business to settle here.
Now remember, I'm the handyman here. Let me do the dirty work. I don't know what else to tell you. But you need to get out while you still can.
If you disappear into the night, I don't want to go busting my ass just to find you again. Before you leave, I'll need some contact info. A phone number would be nice.
Oh, no need for that. As far as I'm concerned, this is goodbye.
I wouldn't count on that.
Trying to jump out a window against Yagami and not expect him to jump after you? Really?
You don't give up! Ah! You don't give up!
You won't get away.
Now look at you! Don't give up! Leave me alone!
You won't get away.
You don't give up!
Dang, we really can't close the distance on him. Holy heck.
Don't you have anything else to do?
Hold up.
Leave me alone!
A marathon run.
Get away.
Don't you have anything else to do? You don't give up!
Hold up.
There's some FPS syncing issues.
Catch you later!
Are you serious?
Get back here.
Ooh, that's a deep cut. They ran into the parking lot that in Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, where Haruka ran out of and got hit by a car.
What the? Where'd he go? Kawana!
Of course.
You guys again. You really need the masks? Come on, Kurakawa kids.
You heard that, right? The detective here already knows everything.
Kawana!
What are you going to do now? What do you think happens when he spills everything? Sounds like your lives are over, unless you shut him up.
But Sensei, you'll finish the job for us, right?
Huh? Is that you, Akaike?
Oh, he's even got a name to your voice.
Answer me, Sensei!
I know. I'll be the one to finish it. You just knock him out.
Okay then. Time to learn your lesson!
Come on. What kind of lesson is this? Come on. Let's go then!
Dude, I totally deflected at least half of those. What the heck, dude? Where's that input coming from? I was even waiting for those slashes. What the heck, man? That triggered me a little bit. That all three of them failed.
Kawana? Oh no, Kawana!
Butthead.
Really? So nice of you to stick around. Mamiya-san. Well, since Kawana couldn't stay, sounds like you're not out of the woods just yet, huh?
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee.
13 years in the past. Mitsuru Kusumoto plunged himself into a coma, sealing his fate alongside Kawana's. Ridden by guilt, Kawana sets off on a path of vengeance, and the bullies he drags with him are shackled to the shadows. However, Yokosawa's murder serves as a deadly wake-up call to what he's done.
Gotcha, tiger.
Hey. What are you doing?
Getting your identification on record, so you won't be a threat to us anymore?
What?
And I think you owe us after everything you've done. Expect me to come collect one of these days.
So much leverage. Instead of taking accountability,
Carriage awaits, Mamiya-san.
the web gets
Don't tell me
deeper
we're
and
going back to
deeper.
that dingy arcade.
We sure are. But try not to hold a grudge. It wasn't us who abandoned you.
I still believe, though, Yagami is merciful to the path of redemption for some of these characters. Allow a path of redemption.
Higashi, you already called Sari-san and the gang, right?
Yeah, I let them know what's up. They said they'll head over when they're ready.
Did Shirosaki-sensei say anything?
Well, she was pretty stunned when I told her who Kawana really is and what he's up to.
Sounding a little smug there, Higashi-san. Taking credit for the detective work you didn't even do? Back me up here, Yagami-san.
Whatever, man. Kawana got away, and that's all that matters. Still, the task in front of us is finishing Sari-san's case. We have to clear up Ahara's crime once and for all. With Mamiya-san's help, of course.
Finally, I'm ready to get some answers. Well, we still got time till Shirosaki-sensei gets here. Why don't you take a breather, Yagami-san?
Huh? That'd be okay?
Sure. I'll call you once everyone's here.
Yeah, a break sounds good.
By the way, Higashi, has anything unusual gone down in Kamurocho lately? Anything involving RK?
Yeah, about that. My guys were saying things have been a little too quiet since yesterday. Soma and Akutsu are out in Ijincho too. When they come back, they're in for a rude awakening. And they can pay for what they did to Kaito Aniki.
Make 'em pay? Aren't your Yakuza days behind you now?
That's not the Yakuza in me talking. That's just a problem I'm gonna be the solution for.
Isn't that exactly what a Yakuza would say?
Fine. Think of it as getting revenge for a brother. I'm doing the right thing, damn it!
Yeah, maybe it's just how you're putting it.
Besides, what's it matter if I was Yakuza? I've got my own code, and I'm gonna do right by me.
Whatever you say. Much as things change, they stay the same.
Okay. So we got some free time, but the last time we got some free time, we basically just stepped out, and then that's all the time we got. Alright. 40k. I think we're still okay. We're not in a bind to look for more tools yet. I think we're okay. Let's keep hoarding points for the battle bonus. We can pop a few heads to pass some time. Whoops. So much faster. Like just straight up the base movement speed and response time is absolutely incredible. Oh, there it is.
Hey, Yagami-san, it's Sugiura.
Hey,
Shirosaki-sensei and the others just got to Charles. They're getting ready to grill Mamiya-san.
got it. Then I'll head back soon.
Thanks.
It's one battle. One battle. They certainly understand. They certainly understand the wait time.
Really?
It used to be the time starts to shrink as you get later and later into the game design. Like went from needing to do 2 or 3 activities or even have literal MSQ beats that are different to pass the time, to requiring something that's open-ended, to just waiting by passing time doing encounters, to basically nothing. It's just immediate.
You too, Genda-sensei?
What? Am I in the way?
Genda.
Of course not. I didn't know you still did field work.
I figured if they could pull a fast one on Saori-kun, I'd at least want to look him in the eye.
Why are all these people here? What gives?
We've been waiting for you, Yagami-san. Mamiya-san is about to enlighten us on the truth behind the groping.
Good.
Alright.
Oh, and I heard about Sawa-sensei. I'm so sorry.
Our condolences.
Looks like she got mixed up in all this when RK was chasing after Kawana. But we're still not sure why they chased him. To figure that out, we'll have to retrace Kawana's steps.
Exactly.
That said, let's start with the harassment charges, Mamiya-san.
Alright.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
Pout all you want, but keep the answers straight. Got it?
Ihara's assault was designed to establish a false alibi for Miko Shiba's murder. So Kawana had you play the victim, and together you pulled one over on the police and the court.
Can you confirm if this is all accurate so far, please?
Yeah.
The person who groped you on the train wasn't Ihara-san himself. It was his stand-in. And my understanding is that he had conspirators to help him fabricate this event?
That's right.
What was Kawana doing at the time? Was he in Ijinsho or Tokyo?
Didn't you hear your lady friend? Ihara-san had a stand-in. And that stand-in was our sensei.
You mean Kawana posed as Ihara himself? So this Ihara was actually Kawana. Huh.
Sensei and Ihara-san have a pretty similar build. Not sure they could have pulled it off otherwise, you know?
But some spots don't look right, like his mouth. You sure that's really Kawana-san?
That part around his mouth is fake. He said he scanned Ihara-san's face and made it on a 3D printer.
Oh, huh.
Okay.
You can print things in 3D now?
Genda, please. Genda. That was a boomer alert. Poor Genda.
Well, it's a machine that takes a model's data from a computer and prints physical objects using materials like resin. So if you were to scan a person's face onto a computer, a 3D printer could accurately recreate it.
I don't know the details, but that's what Sensei used to become Ihara-san.
Interesting.
Something like this. See, with a 3D printer, a piece of a face is pretty easy to make.
What the hell?
I see. His eyes are hidden behind the sunglasses, and the seams on his jaw are obscured by the mask.
It's incredible, I must say. With the mouth area so visible, it's too convincing to think he's anybody else. And with the prosecution assuming he's just another sexual predator, they fell for it.
Just do a little bit of a throwback. I still feel one of the things about these situations is it might seem elaborate, but you'd be kind of surprised how that checks out with the 3D printing. And we're putting this around 2021, right? The year 2021. It's incredible. But it's also not as skilled, high peak skilled as one may think. And that also goes back to the black sheep like twist, or what I say, the complexity twist back in Yakuza 4, which a lot of people would say like, oh man, rubber bullets and whatnot. It's like, no, rubber bullets is probably less elaborate when it comes to placement and orchestration. So it really just comes down to the idea that there requires scope and perspective on these things. Just a little nod back to Yakuza 4, because of this would possibly bring back how elaborate, or how like the player would be able to foresee this. It's not necessarily that you need to know that that's not him and how he did it, but the elaborate nature of the details may make it seem like it's far-fetched, but it's this particular one. I'm not too familiar with the rubber bullet situation, as in like about the police force and what they're trying to make when they were adding that into the I guess plot twist per se. But I actually, when I was playing Yakuza 4, it was kind of like this feeling where inevitably that there must be something to explain the stand-in and the mistaken identity, or the tomfoolery. And Yakuza 4, when I was playing, it's like there were enough things that, at least for someone like myself, which may be underrepresentative of the target audience that play the game, it was fairly, I knew well in advance, or like I had this inclination that something had to explain the deflection of killing in the Yakuza 4 thing. So the rubber bullet thing became incredibly non-twisty. And this is similar too, knowing the craft that they mentioned a lot of new age stuff, CG, deepfakes, 3D printing, modeling, mass, hiding mold lines, like things like that. It's not as demanding as one may think, but to allay someone who is completely unfamiliar, like Genda, it may seem incredibly elaborate. And I make that same comment whenever someone brings up like, oh, Yakuza 4, like something doesn't sit well with me. It's the rubber bullet thing. And finding non-lethal ways to apprehend the target in the midst of the basically Japanese's incredibly stringent take on firearms. Rubber bullets is a very reasonable method of compromising between the need to equip people with firearms, lethal firearms, and trying to find a non-lethal alternative is very believable. In fact, I was thinking of a far more elaborate way of trying to explain how at the events of Yakuza 4, and it turned out to be, arguably for myself, a bit more elegant. Just like a twist here, because some may even view something like this as incredibly elaborate. But we're talking about someone who has over 13 years of baggage, right? You'd be surprised if someone could last 13 years in the shadow orchestrating complex, nuanced web of planning and premeditated crimes. That is not elaborate, but it could be. I can see a rubber bullet moment here as well. We're like, oh, it's 3D printing can't be that good. It's like it just has to be good enough to fool a very not so great security footage with limited resolution.
This is no time to be impressed. In case you forgot, he had the defense fooled too.
Right.
Assuming Kuwana was Ihara's double, there's still some evidence I'm iffy about.
I'm of the same opinion.
Okay. Which evidence is questionable?
Which evidence is questionable? A lot of them. The fabric? So we weren't sure how they transferred the fabric, right? Not quite clear. The time of the murder, per se, like the precise time of the murder, even when the body swap happened, is questionable because she has to verify. So let's just start with maybe this. I'm curious if she says anything about this.
This came out pretty clearly.
Uh-huh.
So the guy in the back is Kuwana posing as Ihara, right?
Yes. And he actually didn't lay a finger on me. His prints couldn't show up.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Sounds like you had a hell of a time getting this set up.
I didn't. But Sensei sure did.
On the groping case? I mean, like... maybe this is what they're prompting?
What do you make of this?
I mean, what's there to doubt?
You tell me?
The one running on the platform wasn't Ihara-san. It was Sensei pretending to be him, right?
Was
Meaning...
There is no more meaning. That's all there is to it. Ihara-san used a stand-in to fake. The stand-in turned out to be none other than Jin Kuwana, which Mamiya-san just finished explaining in detail.
Yep.
That's not... I'm having maybe this one? What was this? Trace evidence? Oh, that's the thing to the... That's the fabric indicator, huh? I guess when the swap happened?
How about this then?
What's this? A map of the station?
We made a diagram of Shinjuku Station. The platform's packed with cameras, but take a closer look and you'll notice a small blind spot.
We've all been looking into it. So, let's say Ihara murdered Mikoshiba and faked his alibi at the station. If that was the case, then after Ihara had his stand-in do the deed, they would have swapped at this blind spot. Sound about right?
Is I give up what you're looking for? You figured it out. You win. What more do you want?
Okay. So she was okay with that? What about the fabric? I just want to hear all of it.
This piece of the puzzle still needs an explanation.
Is that...
The police examined the trace evidence on Ihara's hands after he was caught. And from the analysis, the same fibers from Mamiya-san's undergarments were found on Ihara's hands.
That's right. If the stand-in was the groper, Ihara-san wouldn't have touched Mamiya-san at all. But the evidence on Ihara-san's hands suggests otherwise. Rather strange, isn't it?
I take it there was a trick to this, too?
That's simple. Before I got in the train, I met with the real Ehara-san at the underground platform.
Oh, so he was
That's
already
when I
there.
had him touch the undergarment.
Okay.
After that, all I had to do was go to the bathroom and put them on.
Oh, okay. That happened
That's where the
beforehand.
fibers in the trace were from.
Okay.
What the police found on Ehara-san's hands was exactly what we wanted them to find. And it would serve as hard proof he grabbed me.
Sure.
The courts really ate it up. It was hard not to laugh sometimes, to be honest.
You're really starting to open up. That's the spirit.
Okay. And then, we have to confirm if it's really him, right? If she knows.
Any thoughts after seeing this?
Stop it.
You're gonna look away? You aided and abetted by playing the victim, didn't you?
I mean, yes,
Who put this video up on the internet?
Sensei did. He said from the start that once Ehara-san got his guilty verdict, he'd upload it to the internet.
So that was all part of the plan.
Yeah. Sensei can't forgive the law for how easy it lets off bullies. Ehara-san's the same way. His son's death was brushed aside. The court blamed his suicide on unknown factors. And that's what led them to his whole plan. The real victim is some bully who never got what he deserved, and the killer gets off in court by being convicted of battery. How would the public respond after finding out they'd gamed the law like that?
So Kawana and Ahara's real plan was to make a mockery out of the justice system.
Yeah, we got that.
Seems to be going well for them. The courts are beside themselves for dragging the police into this.
I guess Ahara really was desperate. He was never concerned about his own punishment. He tarnished his own name to humiliate the law.
Yeah, cop or not, Ahara is a broken man. Nobody took responsibility for his son's death, and the courts all but ignored his case. No wonder he went along with Kawana.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Sensei and Ehara-san are the perfect pair with nothing to lose. The only ones who do are the ones forced to comply. Us. Speaking of which, are we done here yet?
Are we? No. What was this? Ehara's transit card? Was this plan too? I kind of want to know who captured this footage.
How should we be looking at this?
Yeah.
The guy getting taken down in the footage is the real Ehara-san.
Uh-huh.
Sensei had already switched places with them before the scene happened.
Right.
No one saw through his disguise.
Makes sense. There'd be no way to swap places after getting caught like this. His sunglasses were removed too.
Also, the person who tripped him was one of ours.
Yeah.
So was the one who took the smartphone video.
Yep.
If nobody tried to stop him, he would have just gotten away.
Yep.
But the most important part of it was pinning Ehara-san as the culprit out in public.
Right. If that didn't happen, the entire alibi goes up in smoke.
Yeah, I thought it was weird
More or
that the
less.
guy reached for his
So
sunglasses.
basically, this entire battery case was calculated
Okay.
from the start. Nothing but smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, that guy deliberately took off his sunglasses and then looked forwards the smartphone, whoever was recording, so awfully convenient. Guess we just go over all of it.
Can you take a closer look at this?
That's the Ikebukuro station platform. What about it?
If Kawana was pretending to be Ahara, then Kawana was also the man in the video before he got on the train, correct?
Right. Didn't we go...
Okay, yeah. What was this? A mass transcribe line. The commuter pass automatically records the time of Oh, that's a fair point.
How about this then?
And this is?
Before the incident, Ahara used this card to go through the ticket gate at Ikebukuro,
Right.
the time of which was recorded.
Right, and it was on October 7th at 7:43 a.m.
Thanks, Hoshino-kun.
But
Happy to help, Yagami-san.
what the heck, Hoshina? Shut up.
At the earliest, Mikoshiba's time of death would have been 7:30 a.m. If Ahara killed Mikoshiba in Ijincho, he would have only had 13 minutes to get to Ikebukuro. And frankly, that's impossible.
Yeah, so how you do it?
That's what's dumping you?
Huh?
You just trade
Sensei
tickets?
borrowed the card from Ehara-san beforehand.
Yeah,
and
okay.
passed through the gate.
Okay, so they got
Afterward,
there before.
he slipped it back to Ehara-san when they switched places. That
Okay,
way, Ehara-san
sure.
ended up having the time-stamped card on him.
Sure,
Makes sense now.
I guess.
So even the entry time through the ticket gate was used as part of the alibi?
Dang.
It all seems so obvious now that I hear it. Nobody'd suspect that a groping was being used as an alibi for murder.
Hoshino, we've been already over
Yeah.
this.
And on top of all that, no one knew Mikoshiba had been killed during the trial. They really pulled it off.
Anything else?
They was there before and after.
Yagami-san, you sure that's enough?
Yeah, I think we've got plenty. Bottom line, groping was a fabrication. At the very least, we know that the prosecution's evidence can all be refuted.
The courts were being intentionally misled. I'm considering filing an appeal.
Are you saying you want a retrial?
I am. We'll reveal Ahara and Kuwana's plot and overturn the verdict they issued.
That might be harder than it sounds.
Why do you say that, Genda-sensei?
Well, the previous trial resulted in Ahara being found guilty, right? As the client, if he doesn't want an appeal, there's no way you're getting one.
Oh, that's fair.
Doesn't matter what any lawyer tries to do. If Ahara refuses to appeal, then that's that.
And we'll talk to him tomorrow. First, we need to see how he reacts to everything we've got on him.
Sounds good. Then let's meet at the detention center tomorrow.
Will do.
So, we done for the night?
Sure are. Great job, everyone. Go get some rest.
What do you do with Mamiya? Just let her go?
Yo, Yagami. You sure it was cool to let that Mamiya chick just
Okay.
go home?
That answers my question.
Why?
I mean, she helped Kuwana kill all those people. Aren't you gonna turn her in or something?
I would, but there's nothing we can do.
Nothing we can do?
Frankly, we don't have any proof of the murder she was talking about.
What, so this is all for nothing?
Nothing directly pointing to Mamiya anyway. Aside from Mikoshiba, no other bodies turned up. Which means all we can do is take her home, right? Sugiura is making sure she gets back safe.
Fine, forget it. Why are you still here?
I think that's intentional, but I kind of like what they're doing with the neck. So when I don't know how much of it is either artifacting or when they talk, and sometimes you can see the neck stiffen, like when they talk. So you can see slight like lines when they make a larger like mouth gestures. I think that's a great little detail, because the neck is generally visible in most of the angles that at least RGG uses. It's not always like directly face with the neck cut off and whatnot. Like what I mean is completely obscured and whatnot. So they
Everyone
have
else
these.
went home already.
You can see it.
Come on, man. Why
just
the
for a
cold
brief
shoulder?
moment.
Am I really that annoying?
You wouldn't be the guy I'd call to hang out with. So if you're done, then go.
Wow. Straight for the jugular, huh?
But if it's help you need, I'll be there. I've had nothing but time lately. But only if you bow your head and ask nice. Then I'll consider it.
I know for a fact you'd help me out regardless, so why waste a good bow? Thanks for the drink.
Dude, come on. That was your cue to bow and ask nice.
A little touch and go. Alright, time to hit the couch. Oops. That was awkward. Oh, I forgot. I can't parry in Crane. You know, one thing I wouldn't mind, I guess I have 40k now. One thing I wouldn't mind is, where's the EX finishing blow crane? I think this is it. An intense can pull others in. Yeah, this is it. It's the EX finishing blow. Which actually, does Snake have an EX finishing blow? Oh, they do. Oh, but this is a throw. I don't think this is gonna work. What about... So we did learn from Judgment that EX finishing blow is fantastic. So let's invest in a... Yeah. I'm not sure how good the Tiger one is, but let's add a finishing blow. Heck, might as well pick up the Snake one too. It's a natural completion. Press B to throw, then oh no. Snake won't work. So the finishing blow I'm thinking of is Y. Press Y right after pairing with LB. Oh, but there is an EX follow-up for pairing. That's is there one from pairing into an X command? No. Actually, let's grab this then. I need something to expend my EX bar in a natural dueling state. Oh, okay. I'm trying to see what happens if I just not freely stay in fighting stance. Trying to see if it's easier to stay in fighting stance than doing free form movement on the crane style. Dang it! There are too many peeps. Oh, rip. Wait. Aw. Classic. There it is. There it is. The crane finish. Wow. I wouldn't think the overblowing, like they added more exposure to the highlights. Looks incredibly vibrant. Just subtle difference, but it's accented even more now. Really? Oh, crap. Actually pulled it off. Oh, I feel like there's... Wait, do I use the snake on this? Oh, does Crane have a EX? I wonder.
What a waste.
You get extra points for that, actually. Get a lot of extra points for handcuffing them. Oh, target me, please. All right. All right. Time for more. This is gonna probably. This feels like it's gonna get intense. On Uber.
So, you're recommending an appeal? I have that right? Did some new evidence come to light?
Yui Mamiya told us some things, like how you faked your alibi for Mikoshiba's murder. You wanted the sexual battery conviction, right?
Well...
Your goal was to avenge your son and humiliate the law on a grand scale.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ahara-san, we have a much better grasp of the situation than you think.
And what exactly have you grasped?
Like Yagami-san just said, you're innocent. As far as the harassment goes. As your lawyer, I'll file for an appeal. And we'll make sure the world knows it.
Thanks, but no. I'm scum of the earth. A pervert. The prosecution and the judge made that very clear in the verdict.
On the day of the crime, October 7th, at around 6:30 a.m., you were in Ijincho, not Tokyo.
Baloney. I was relaxing at home.
Except that you weren't.
Oh?
You wanted to give the man who pushed your son to suicide the beating of a lifetime. And you'd miss out on that opportunity if you were at home, which is why you were in Ijincho instead. Isn't that right? You and Kawana's former student staked out Mikoshiba's house until he left. Then you dragged your prey into a car and brought him to an abandoned building in Ijincho, which would later become a murder scene. Every bone on Mikoshiba's fingers was broken. Remembering how he pushed Toshiro-kun to his death, it's no wonder you'd go that far. You tortured Mikoshiba without a shred of remorse. You inflicted no small amount of pain and terror. There's no way you weren't there, and I'd put my money on that.
And then...
You need the whole play-by-play, even though you already know it?
Oh, not at all. I'm just fascinated by this outrageous little story.
Let's start from the top, I suppose.
As for what you did next after beating Mikoshiba...
Okay, and what exactly is the point of showing this to me?
Hang on.
Oh.
That wasn't what I meant to pull out.
Oh.
Was it, though? Pull yourself together and press on.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They want the chronological order. Okay, fair enough. I mean, he just does this, right?
As for what you did next after beating Mikoshiba...
It's quite a home video.
Without leaving anything on Mikoshiba's body that could be traced back to you, you slit his throat. Estimated time of death was around 7:30 a.m. on October 7th. You tossed the bloody coat and made your way to Ikebukuro Station, where Yui Mamiya was waiting.
Are you sure? I was at Ikebukuro by 7:30 a.m. Would have been impossible for me to kill Mikoshiba in Ijincho.
The person in the security camera footage in Ikebukuro was a double who imitated your likeness. The identity of whom belonged to Jin Kawana, the handyman in Ijincho. Or maybe you know him by a different name. Former high school teacher Yu Kitakata. So which name did he give you?
I don't know who you're talking about.
With Kawana in view of the security camera, you met up with Yui Mamiya at Ikebukuro first. That's where you touched the undergarments she had prepared. The police would later discover the trace evidence on your hands and pin the groping on you. Then you made your way to Shinjuku Station. After that, Mamiya and Kawana acted out the groping as they arrived at Shinjuku Station. Kawana jumped out of the train and Mamiya chased after him. And then, in the smallest of blind spots in a station absolutely packed with cameras, you were waiting for Kawana, who looked just like you. With the two of you matching, you were able to swap places in that huge crowd without anyone noticing. Kawana handed you the transit card used to pass the ticket gate. Just one piece of hard evidence that places you in Ikebukuro at 7:43 a.m. And right after the swap, Mamiya started calling for help. After that, well, we've all seen how the news reported it. You were caught in a public place with plenty of witnesses.
An active duty police officer arrested for sexual battery. The public outcry was very clear. As a result, despite it being your first offense, you were actually tried and convicted. The consensus is that it was a fitting punishment for someone so heinous. Even as your lawyer, I felt the same.
Have some confidence in yourself, Shirosaki-sensei. The prosecution, the judge, and a lawyer like you all laid out the evidence in court and found me guilty. I'm in no position to doubt you. And I've long accepted the ruling that Toshiro was never bullied. There's nothing I can do but abide by the rule of law. Right? That's all I can do, right?
I know what you're trying to say. You carried out the justice that the courts wouldn't, right?
Everything my son went through was passed off like it never even happened. School, the teachers, and yes, the court. They all dismissed the reason he died.
That's when Kawana came in the picture, telling you Toshiro-kun had been bullied. But was it Kawana's words that suddenly made you want to kill Mikoshiba? Because all of his fingers were broken while he was still alive. Was that really all just your pent-up rage?
What do you have to say, Tahara-san?
There shouldn't have been any evidence of Mikoshiba's bullying. Who told? Did your son tell you he was bullied? That's interesting. Probably Kawana? I mean, it's the most likely source. Probably.
Did Kawana really tell you? You found enough motive to murder Mikoshiba on hearsay? No. That doesn't sound right.
So... probably his son?
Did Toshiro-kun ever tell you about the bullying himself?
My son never confided in me.
Ouch.
About any of that.
Then how did you know there was bullying going on? Why else would you murder Mikoshiba in cold blood?
If it was Sawa-sensei, then... Huh. I don't think this was ever disclosed. So really was
Sawa-sensei the one who told you the truth?
That's why he went after...
She was the only person Toshiro-kun confided in.
I mean, he went after
You
her.
had to have heard it from her, right?
Deal damage to her?
The nail on the head, as they say.
Nearly?
After my trial, she confessed she knew about the bullying.
Sure.
But only to her old teacher over the phone. She had no idea she was being recorded.
Oh.
What?
Kawana-san let me listen to that recording where I learned Sawa-sensei had been muzzled by both the homeroom teacher and the lawyer.
Wait. Ehara? No, I don't think he's enough to hire RK to take out Sawa Sensei for being complicit and non-action about confronting Mikushiba when she had the chance because he was so hateful for his rage. That'd be kind of tough to accept.
That was the proof of Toshiro's bullying I'd wanted all throughout the trial. After hearing Sawa-sensei's words, I finally understood. They pushed my boy over the edge.
Was there no other evidence of the bullying? Like a diary of Toshiro-kun's or something of the sort?
Nothing. Toshiro never talked to me or my wife about the bullying. And that was probably all my fault. He was bullied in middle school, too. Kids would throw his pencil case around or hide his books. When I heard about it, I chewed him out. They walk all over you because you're weak. Grow spine, I told him.
Patriarchy.
I take it that was the wrong approach.
Yeah. I can't imagine how much courage it took for him to come forward about his suffering. I'm sure he felt ashamed about it. And I should have listened when he pleaded for help. I should have told him I was proud of his bravery. But instead, I pushed him away. And in the end, Toshiro tried to make sure he never showed weakness to us again, no matter how much pain he was in. He went to a private school out in Yokohama because he hated living with me. But in the end, he still suffered.
And that's why you didn't hesitate to unleash hell on Mikoshiba.
If you say so.
So the first time Kawana showed up was when he let you listen to the phone call with Sawa-sensei, right?
Yes. He approached me and asked me if I still wanted justice for my son. I was in uniform when he came to me too. Very bold, but it paid off. I owe him a debt of gratitude. He reassured me he had already taken care of multiple individuals like Goshiba, and that he'd urged other families to avenge the children they lost to bullying. He'd tell them that simply being branded a bully wasn't enough. He promised to deliver real justice.
If justice can be served at one's own discretion, laws would cease to serve their function. If the law isn't fair to everyone, no one will obey it. The law is only able to help the powerless because it can't be swayed by money, force, or anything else.
Then tell me, what's the solution when the law fails to punish someone who laughs in its face? To overlook those the law won't judge is to abandon those the law couldn't protect.
To render justice with confidence, you require sufficient evidence.
Some of the victims' families refused Kawana's offer of revenge, telling him it would be unforgivable. But even after rejecting his offer, not a one reported Kawana-san to the police. Do you understand what that implies? Whether you follow through with revenge or not, Kawana-san presents a solution that resonates with people. Being that the law is unfair and imperfect. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not. But we're fighting to make it as fair as we can. Laws have to change until they are perfect.
They don't change fast enough. Toshiro's death was murder by another name. Yet Hiromi Kushiba walked free. He even got to enroll in a teaching program as a student teacher. Someone like him? It's insane! I'd die of old age before the law was ever written to be fair enough. For Toshiro's sake, I can't turn a blind eye to a world where the Mikoshibas can live without consequence. Tell me, what alternative was there to getting blood on my hands? I didn't have any other choice.
Yagami-san, did he just...
This is the first time you've admitted to killing Mikoshiba.
You really did your research, unlike those useless cops. Kuwana-san's plan was impressive, almost airtight. I didn't expect it to be unraveled so quickly.
I just got lucky. There was some dirt on Yui Mamiya that Kuwana could have used against her. If we hadn't found it, there's no way we would have gotten her to talk.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, but I'm under no obligation to tell you.
Ehara-san, you'll be sent to prison as a sex offender as it stands.
Of course. Just as I planned. The charges will be confirmed, and I'll be convicted. As for the police and the prosecution, they wouldn't be able to admit they made a mistake. I could scream, "I killed Mikoshiba" at the top of my lungs. It wouldn't matter.
Are you saying you intend to admit to the murder after you're released?
Everyone's seen the video of me killing Mikoshiba by now. It's obviously authentic, but the prosecution and the police are saying it's fake. They need it to be fake. Even if I do confess, they'll sweep it under the rug.
They wouldn't.
No, that's not beneath them. But I take it how they react doesn't really matter to you. All you want is to humiliate the law, don't you? The same system that determined Toshiro-kun's incident didn't happen.
It seems you're starting to understand, Yagami-san. If the prosecution wanted to charge me for Mikoshiba's murder, then they'd have to retract the battery verdict. And that would mean admitting to a massive blunder by the court at the hands of a criminal. It would be chaos. Despite knowing who murdered Mikoshiba, no one would know what to make of the case. Wouldn't that just be wonderful?
I hear you. And I even get why you'd feel pretty proud of accomplishing that.
Do you?
But in this case, the guy's pretty much grabbed the tiger by the tail.
What tiger's tail?
Someone's issuing orders to the thugs in Kamurocho from behind the scenes. He's the tiger in this case. And they've been closing in on your partner, Kuwana. And Sawa-sensei got in their path. I'm sure you get the newspaper in here, right? You know, don't you? Sawa-sensei was killed after the thugs broke into her home. All because she got involved with Kuwana.
I'm aware she was killed. But this is the first I'm hearing of the reason why. And by thugs, you mean RK?
Yeah, but we don't know why they're going after Kuwana. Any ideas?
No way I'd know.
You think it could be because she got mixed up in your deadly little game?
Excuse me?
That's what getting away with murder really looks like. The more you perpetuate the lie, the greater the rift you create. And then, the unthinkable happens. Kuwana killed others besides Mikoshiba. You said so yourself. That's what brought the angry tiger into play. And if Sawa-sensei ended up paying for that instead, then how can you begin to believe your vengeance is fair?
Because she gave false testimony. She lied in court to say Toshiro was never bullied.
She couldn't name Mikoshiba, who was a minor at the time, without evidence. What's more, she was haunted by her testimony, always second-guessing if she did the right thing. But now she's been killed. Somehow that's acceptable to you? I'm gonna clear up what happened to Sawa-sensei, just like you did for Toshiro-kun.
How?
By going public with everything you and Kuwana did. The first step is to appeal the sexual battery and undo this whole lie.
You never groped Yui Mamiya. That's one crime you're innocent of, Ehara-san. The court's verdict was incorrect. So please give us the chance to appeal. We can prove your innocence.
What on earth would I get out of that?
You get to humiliate the court again. Besides, what are you gonna do for the next half a year in a cell?
Fine. Do what you want. But just know this.
Yes?
I have no intention of admitting to killing Mikoshiba in court. Is your appeal still worth a damn?
We won't know till we try. Let's go, Sari-san. We have client approval to proceed with the appeal. We better act fast.
Yes, agreed.
Yagami-san. Sawa-sensei's death isn't on me. Even if I have grabbed the tiger by the tail, that doesn't mean I killed her.
By that logic, you may as well admit that Mikoshiba didn't kill Toshiro-kun.
Yep. I was
You can't
just
have
about
it
to
both
say,
ways.
you can't have it both ways. You just exonerated yourself the same way the bullies exonerated themselves.
Listen to me.
Double
Everything
standard.
about you, about Kuwana, about why Sawa-sensei had to die, we're gonna expose all of it. That's the only thing left we can do for her.
Changing the rules of the game and expecting that there's fairness in a system when they operate by even more corrupt logic.
I'm going to fill Genda-sensei in on what happened. Why don't you head over to the office?
Sure thing.
Was waiting to see how he copes with collateral. I gotta go to the bathroom really quickly. Lots to talk about though. So this stuff has become more, it feels a lot more like a, definitely going down the road of detective stuff. A lot more than like a statement about current, you know, I'll call it a social awareness, current social culture and social media culture. I'm curious if the next game they're gonna explore even beyond this, or they will drop this topic and investigate a new order thing. I would love to see what their how they would spin and make a case about the lack of accountability and liability when it comes to uh, the bigger stage, like even bigger than this. This is micro enough that it still feels aged, right? 2021. This is to me almost feels like a prelude to the eye for an eye, vengeance for vengeance, scorch earth, like wheel of lose-lose. I only see losers here, obviously. Even Yagami is a loser. Like, everyone involved is a loser. It's a wheel of unfortunate falling action and response to response. However, I can only imagine what it's like now to be a detective and someone who's in law on the new age stuff. Like, they haven't touched the turn of the century 2020 stuff, like social media, potential grooming, predatorial predatorial vendettas, propaganda, like solicitation, influencer liability, corporate liability. So there's so many new things that this is at the micro level, and it's definitely very intimate to Japan because of the intensification and going up. Like, bullying is intensifying. It's not either steady state or mitigating. So the more I read into it from an outside perspective. However, there's new levels of this. Cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is a consequence of clout. So clout is redistributed now quite substantially. It sways back and forth, and it plays into all these themes about social justice, fairness, and, well, all the themes play into the modern age of social media. I'm kind of really curious. There hasn't been an announcement or anything about, like, a return of Judgment, but I could only imagine the next game to be incredibly interesting to me on their take. And just looking at the type of topics that they've been talking about, like in Judgment, the focus was on the medical, like the science and the politics of high impact discoveries and higher stakes game about innovation and whatnot, and privileged information and knowledge. That was kind of like, I would say that's a throwback to 20 to 30 years of history regarding like innovation in science and privileged knowledge, right? Then we're thrown into bullying, which still largely deals with the similar themes. But now we have a new stage, the internet stage. And man, the next game, it could be one that could pave the comment that I sometimes talk about with RGG games. Like, there are certain things that RGG touch upon that is presented way ahead of its time. And this one is still kind of playing catch up. This bully stuff, like at schools and stuff, is awareness raising, but it's awareness raising to something that is still in the past, in my opinion, at this level. But I'm seeing that there's another stage. There's a really bigger stage, and it's on the very platform that we share, you know, experiences together, playing video games and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to the next Judgment game too. It is definitely not a path that Like a Dragon is taking, the mainline series. So the mainline series is going to explore a more... It's so nice to have like three... Even I can already imagine where Like a Dragon Gaiden is going to meet. Probably going to be a mix between the mainline and the Judgment series. But this series really takes the hard hitters. There's a lot to unpack there when it comes to like current events and whatnot, global current events. So we go back to Genda. Yep. Go in.
So then, Ihara admitted to killing Mikoshiba, did he?
Off the record, yeah. He also admitted Kawana approached him to offer revenge.
That sounds like you were productive.
It's enough for us to move forward with the appeal, I'd say. How does that sound, Genda-sensei?
Genda-sensei?
The sexual battery and Mikoshiba's murder are the very same case. To clear Ihara of harassment, you'll need to prove he murdered Mikoshiba. But you don't have evidence he did, do you?
Ihara-san was captured on video committing the murder.
And the prosecution claims it's a fake, of unknown origins. The police are saying the same.
They're only saying that to cover their asses.
In reality, the sexual battery evidence against Ihara-san is what was really fake. At the very least, we can claim Yui Mamiya and the others aided in fabricating that, alibi or not.
You really think the courts will grant you an appeal for just that?
Are you saying that's not possible?
I wouldn't go that far. But Ihara won't admit to murdering Mikoshiba in court. Kinda significant, don't you think? So what chance do you have even if you do appeal? Without any decisive new evidence, you'll just end up splitting hairs over the original verdict. And what good'll it do other than damage your own reputation, Saru-kun?
To be honest with you, I feel like I've been deeply underestimated.
What?
Saori-san, are you actually mad?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I am.
You have every right to be.
Listen, Sensei. Ihara and Kawana devised this plan knowing full well they could manipulate the justice system. Have we not fallen right into their trap? If we take pity on the prosecution now, we play right into their hand.
True.
So how can we worry about reputation when our duty as lawyers is to face the law?
I understand where you're coming from, and you're right to think it, but...
And another thing. While acting as Ihara's defense in the first trial, I never truly believed the claim. I didn't trust the person I was defending, and I felt sick to my stomach even being in the courtroom.
Saori-san.
Ihara likely saw right through that. He probably took great delight in our myopic dedication to the law. And I won't stand for that. I'm gonna show him exactly what I can do.
Great word.
What about you, Yagami? I want to hear your thoughts.
He's not saying it, but he disagrees with Saori. Defer to Hoshino. Let's see.
I know what you're really saying, Genda-sensei. You're just worried about Saori-san's future, right?
That's right. She expects to defend a harassment case by proving a murder. What if she's biting off more than she can chew? Attacking the credibility of the police and prosecution already puts her at a disadvantage. And if she comes out of this with nothing, that's gonna follow her for all her life.
That's a valid concern.
Excuse me, can I ask you two why this is even a topic? Do neither of you have any sense of urgency?
Hey, why me?
Am I wrong? Then tell me what you're thinking here, Yagami-san.
Yeah, let's hear it already.
We should listen to Saori-san. I understand why Ihara and Kawana did what they did, but I can't condone it.
I see. So you feel it too, huh?
Yes. Although my motivation may not be as righteous as Saori-san's.
What do you mean?
Mikoshiba's murder, the fake groping alibi, the one behind it all was Kawana, and he's in hiding. We need to shine enough light on him that the public can see what he is. And the perfect place to do it is during Ihara's appeal hearing.
So it's not Ihara you're after, but Kawana.
If we pursue Ihara's case, Kawana-san's actions will naturally come to light.
And if we draw out Kawana, then RK and the ones backing them will make their move. Soma from our case said Sawa-sensei knew too much. Which means whoever's behind them has a secret that needs to stay buried.
Right,
Even if
but
it means
who
murder.
is it? Man.
And I need to figure that secret out. I owe Sawa-sensei that closure. The only thing we can do for her now
Closure for
is
us
make sure
too.
the ones pulling the strings pay for it.
And Yagami.
Well said. I guess going back wasn't ever really an option.
He's phrasing it in a way that's using Sawa Sensei as the martyr. However, I think if he was a person who was a little bit more aware of his own emotionally compromised passion, it's closure for himself too, and for everyone else that's involved. Kuwana kind of implied that being someone who spent most of his time emotionally compromised for like the last 13 years.
Genda-sensei.
Looks like I got complacent from all the peace and quiet. Leave it to me to underestimate the younger generation.
I apologize. I shouldn't have been so impertinent.
Right. I was just about to
That
say.
should be my line, Saori-kun. I suppose I have to make up my mind after all that, don't I?
It's a give or
Get
take.
out there and do what needs to be done. And heaven help anyone in your way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You heard him.
Wouldn't be a successful law office if you didn't have counterpoints and alternative perspectives across multiple generations and multiple backgrounds.
Yagamishi, are you still in Kamurocho?
Yeah, why? What's up?
Ukumo.
I'm afraid our case seems to be amassing in Ijincho. It's very bizarre.
Okay.
Are they now?
Yeah, and I can't shake the feeling that the officers like Soma and Akutsu are still in town.
You think so? If I was Soma, I'd have left Ijincho by now. He's a person of interest in Sawa-sensei's murder, too.
I see. That does make sense.
Things are settling into place here, though. I'm heading back to Ijincho with Sugiura. We got a lot to go over with you when I get back.
Wonder what it could be. Okay, see you soon then.
I feel like Tsukumo has plot armor. Sugiura though. Yeah. Take a okay. Get back to Yokohama. Oops. Wait. Crazy Taxi. Or using Taxi was... I don't know if Crazy Taxi was a SEGA property. Like the game. Oh, right. We can't skateboard with allies. Oh boy. Is that just like Ow. Can't see, camera. How did I miss there? What the? I can't see. Well. That is not parryable. That is not parryable. I was supposed to dash. So, wow. Those characters actually have heat abilities. Yeah, basically brutalize you through armor. Yep. Yagami is a glass cannon, alright. Yeah, I can't parry those. I was supposed to quick step those. Which makes me think that just sparring in general, the crane is far more versatile. Come on, man. Come on. Alright. That was a rich guy? I guess rich guys are actually... Yeah, he basically just dealt 70% to my HP with armor. Which I kind of like. I think this is just an... Oh! I totally hit quick step. What the heck, dude? I even did the sky dance. I guess I needed to be in fighting stance. I've got to hold down RB. Thank goodness that didn't hurt. I thought I was dead there, actually. So one thing I like to think that they might swap up is that I like to think that Kiryu is going to do a mix-up where he's more of a brawler than a glass cannon. I would like that he's thematically suited for brawling, like being armored, exchanging blows, tanking, that kind of thing. Because Yagami really does fit in the glass cannon department, where you're giving him a lot of tools to be like a combo fighter. But Kiryu, like a Dragon Gaiden, I'm curious what their path is going to take. I prefer combat to not be a jack of all trades, or not even a jack of all trades, but a master of all, which that kind of, in my opinion, dilutes the experience quite a bit. Right now, Yagami is the master of all when it comes to offensive skills, but you do get dramatically punished for high risks, high rewards. It's not my particularly forte. I don't typically play glass cannons most of the time. More like precision dodging is the closest thing to combo gaming. Which he does, so that's kind of nice. It takes a little get used to because quick stepping in this game, you're always running. Because I turned that on because sprinting is kind of horrendous in middle of combat, but it also requires you to be in fighting stance, so you can't freeform sidestep. A little to get used to. Oh! You no-face butthead! Can't you see I'm jaywalking here? Alright. Alright. Sorry. A bit of road rage. Pedestrian rage. Alright. Yeah, he is a glass cannon, man. Holy heck.
Well, now that's something. Looks like we're finally starting to see the whole picture.
Kuwana-san, or rather Kitakata-sensei, huh? And his students helped Ihara murder Mikoshiba. But there's still some things that doesn't explain.
Like what?
Like, why does RK keep going after Kuwana-san? You think that's weird too, right, Yagami-san?
Yeah. That's the piece of the puzzle that'll lead us to why Sawa-sensei got killed. Before they came to Ijincho, RK was originally looking for Shinya Kawai. But when they found out he might have been killed, they suddenly shifted gears to Kawana. So what are they trying to accomplish?
We can guess all we want, but that's not gonna get us anywhere. Shouldn't we ask someone in RK directly? They're strengthening their numbers in Ijincho as we speak.
The goons at the bottom rung aren't gonna be in the know on that, though. Though if Akatsu or Soma were around, then we might get somewhere.
That's true.
Sitting around here won't get us any further. I'm gonna head into the city for a bit. I'm quick on my feet. That's about all I have going for me right now.
How modest of you.
Yeah, don't say that, Yagami-shi. Otherwise, what ground do we have to stand on?
Okay. Are we killing some time? Or finding a lead. Look around town, huh? Look around town, he says. It's like 3 seconds.
Hello?
It's Shirosaki. Do you have a minute, Yagami-san?
Yeah, what's up?
I was thinking back on our interview with Ihara-san, and something he said isn't sitting right with me. So I wanted to ask your opinion.
Which part felt off?
The part about Kuwana approaching other bullying victims besides Ihara-san to offer revenge.
Oh, that's fair.
Ihara-san also mentioned that most of them rejected his offer, but never went to the police either.
Yeah, and?
Well, wasn't the first bully Kuwana killed his own student? Shinya Kawai, I mean. Tormented by his bullies, Mitsuru Kusumoto's leap left him in a coma to this day. That event was the catalyst for Kuwana's actions. So wouldn't he have approached his parents about revenge too?
Mitsuru Kusumoto's parents? You're talking about his mother,
True.
Reiko Kusumoto,
Yeah,
right?
Reiko. That's the last loose end. The politician at the top. You wouldn't think she was trying to... No way. Are they really spinning it that way? So Kusumoto is pulling strings with her to cover up so that she would be protected from maybe like political intrigue. So like she's cleaning up loose ends now, or maybe she's also in a situation where she colluded with we don't know yet, but maybe she colluded or turned a blind eye to Kawano, but now Kawana activity, but now she has I guess liability, right? He's has become a liability, so the tiger is let loose, and now she's trying to clean up loose ends. The arcade could be underneath Kusumoto, Reiko Kusumoto to cage the tiger or end the tiger and then clean up and everything would be fine because now she's vice minister of the Ministry of Health, which is to succeed Ichinose from the events of Judgment.
Yes, who is currently Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. If she accepted or is even an accessory to a revenge plot against Kawai,
Right.
then there's no way she'd ever want that secret to get out.
Yep.
With her level of influence and power, wouldn't it be possible that she ordered RK to silence Kawana?
There it is.
Which would explain how RK's actions are being controlled, wouldn't it?
And you think it's Reiko Kusumoto?
You don't
can't
think vice
explain it.
ministers can control criminal organizations from the shadows? You know very well the answer to that.
Yep, that's a throwback. Saori's throwing shade at Ichinose.
Yeah. Tsukumo's actually looked into her before. I'll talk to him about it right now. Yeah, this is genius, Saori-san. This could lead us right to who's controlling RK.
Quite a compliment coming from you. I feel better already.
Don't sweat it. I'll call you if I find anything out.
I was gone for 3 seconds, and now we're going back. We barely... Yeah. RGG definitely knows the amount of time people are willing to spend walking around. Obviously, for someone like myself, I would love to have a little breather or a different beat.
Yagami-san, back already?
That was quick. I figured you'd be out in the town until evening.
We're
Well,
gone
the
for
day's
5
not over
seconds.
yet. I need you to look into Reiko Kusumoto again.
Including
She
the
might
phone
be the
call.
one behind RK.
It's like 3 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. Can you pull up the picture of her you showed me last time?
So now we're gonna go after the top brass. Transition. Several
Okay.
hours later.
Take a look at this, Yagamishi. Reiko Kusumoto became vice minister just recently.
Yep.
It hasn't even been a full year yet.
Yeah, just recently.
Looks like she's
there
still
you
got a
go.
good rep.
Yeah, there's almost no criticism of her out there.
More pressure.
The Ministry Revolution, bucking the bureaucracy. Golden parachutes don't fly with Kusumoto. Go her. Vice Minister's pretty high up there, yeah?
Big time. If she really did take Kawana up on his offer, silencing him would be the quickest way to save her skin. And in that case, she'd need some kind of connection to RK.
Some kind of connection? A bit vague, no?
Fair enough, but RK already took an innocent life while hunting Kawana down.
Right. And after killing Sawa-sensei, they tried to kill me, too.
Maybe a paper
Still,
trail?
no matter how dangerous the gang, murder is a risky proposition. Then again, if someone's pulling the strings, they have a lot less to worry about. Especially if that someone has Vice Minister status.
Indeed.
Well, the internet's not gonna give us much else. How about we do our usual thing? Go straight to the source.
Maybe we should.
Would it really be that easy to get a meeting with someone like her?
Mitsuru Kusamoto's still in a coma, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Hospital?
If he's in a hospital, we can catch her by surprise there.
Yeah. Or on a hospital visit.
That might work.
Huh. What's this now?
What's what now?
Did he get
Breaking
moved?
news from the net. It says manhunt for Sawa-sensei's murderer.
And?
It's hitting the network news, too. The person they're after is...
Wanted for the murder of private school teacher Yoko Sawa
Let me
in her
guess.
own apartment.
Kawana?
Kanagawa PD is conducting a search for the suspect, self-proclaimed handyman Yu Kitakata. Nearby
Why are they looking for Kawana?
Now it's even more suspicious that it has to be a politician high up who has a clout and influence in the Kanagawa PD and possibly even the Tokyo PD. So actually that could explain the strong arming against the investigation from Kanagawa police. So there's still that loose end where for whatever reason the Kanagawa police department is just getting shackled and caged for investigating in all the stuff in the first place. It would take a politician with high influence to be able to manipulate that, and it would exonerate the RK connection by making it look like it was someone else, which Kawana fits the bill.
Kawana?
They didn't go after Yagami though.
Son's former teacher before and after the incident. It's also surfaced that he's been using a false identity for over a decade. The police are hopeful that their search will turn up some sort of connection to Sawa-san.
If Kawana-san was caught on camera, then surely some RK thugs were as well?
Yeah, I think so. On that note, I should have been in the footage too.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. They didn't go after Yagami either.
Police only seem to want Kawana, but why? Guess we'll have to ask them ourselves.
Far too convenient.
Who? Detective Watanabe from Kanagawa PD.
There we go.
He was
Back
the
to
guy in charge of
Kanagawa PD.
Mikoshiba's murder.
Been a while, hotshot.
Yeah, I guess it has. Hey, I'm curious. Do you have any evidence that Kawana killed Sawa-sensei?
I take it you saw the news. Kawana was caught on camera near the crime scene, plus he knew the victim. And if that's not enough, he was using a fake name. How's that for evidence?
But I saw Soma holding an ice pick up to Sawa-sensei. Plus, there were RK footprints all over the scene. So why is Kawana the only suspect?
Because the big boys with big balls at HQ said so. Barking at me won't get you anywhere.
So this is all just pressure from upstairs?
Yep.
What is going on here?
Why are you so bent out of shape? Kawana's a legitimate suspect, and all we're doing is following procedure. So stick your private investigator schnoz somewhere else.
You know, you sound pretty bent out of shape yourself. Where are you right now?
Uh-huh.
I was thinking maybe we could meet up. How's a free pass to bitch about your work sound? Abe-san?
On the phone, in person, there's nothing I can tell you.
He hung up.
Yagamishi, I managed to focus in on the background noise from your phone call.
Nice.
Despite all the interference, I have a good idea of Nabe-san's location.
What? Seriously?
Bar
He's on the main drag in Chinatown.
Okay.
If you go now, I'm sure you'll find him.
We haven't been to the bar
Is he
district.
even gonna listen to you?
Chinatown.
Won't matter if I miss him because we sat here wondering.
Yagami Detective Agency, quick on its feet indeed.
Can't compete with that.
All right. Covering a lot of loose ends. Quite a lot of loose ends. Almost too neatly packed. Oh, nope. I keep going up that road. I need to stop doing that. We're fine. Oh, that actually knocks me off. Okay, fine. Oh no, that guy's terror. We're fine. We'll let that guy go until later. Okay. Oh, I guess I could take I guess I didn't really need to take the skateboard, but do enjoy skating around. All right. Oh. Well now.
Yagami, why are you here?
Oh, hey, Nabe-san. And you were...
It's Sakurai.
Oh, right.
I take it you didn't just happen to be in the neighborhood.
Let's just say some friends of mine have a real keen sense of smell. Something stinks about the cops here.
Excuse me, pal.
The Sawa case. Why aren't you going after RK? Or are you and you're just keeping me in the dark?
This isn't the place to talk about that. What the... Hey!
I get the feeling something's keeping you guys from doing your jobs. And I don't have to listen to you.
You want to say that again?
Sakurai, I gotta hit the camp. Head back to the station.
Huh?
Need to take a piss, Yagami? You're looking hydrated.
Yeah, good call.
They're probably being surveilled. Or trying to avoid being caught out in the open.
What's he up to?
Look at what Sakurai is. Is he a mole? Curious. Nah, he looks like an honest guy. Oh, interesting.
Nice spot you brought me to.
Very romantic. That's a throwback to, this is a romantic spot, alright. Yakuza like a dragon.
Well, we're about to have a shitty conversation. Might as well do it with a pleasant view.
Fair enough.
Do the cops really believe Koana is responsible for Sawa-sensei's death?
Ain't no way.
We wouldn't be looking for him if we weren't serious. We would have a warrant.
To arrest Koana?
His real name's Yu Kitakata. He's been using a fake. And he surfaces right at the murder scene of his former student. In my eyes, he was suspicious enough.
What about Soma from RK? He should have been spotted on the nearby cameras too. Like when he entered her apartment.
He wasn't.
How is that possible?
Let me rephrase. There's no footage that had RK anywhere near it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Evidence tampering.
His murder went down. The higher-ups have been busy playing politics.
Yeah.
I had a handle on things when they were just competing with Tokyo PD over who got to grill Ihara. But after that murder footage came out, it really stirred shit up. Sawa-sensei's case has me scratching my head too. Someone at the top is trying to keep details under wraps. And they think it'll work even in this day and age.
You're saying the whole force is in on a cover-up?
It started with the footage surrounding Sawa's apartment. Someone on the inside erased it.
Did our man Sakurai?
Any footage that had the RK guys tagged in it is totally wiped.
I mean, Sakurai is there all the time. You know? Is he getting bamboozled by his partner? I mean, that would be a very reasonable like a more reasonable, tangible way of finding out how the person in the inside is always on top of everything, being close to the action. Innocent peeps.
Erase the footage. Are you serious?
Yeah. You heard me. Kawana leaving her place is all that's left. Even the parts where you show up are long gone. Before and after, the only person that the cameras pin the crime on is Kawana himself.
Who would go so far to erase the footage? Who would do something like that?
It's time to let it go, Yagami. Mikoshiba's case and Sawa-sensei's case, they're closing the book. And to tie up the loose ends, and this is the shitty part, Kawana has to die in an accident.
What?
As soon as they track him down, they'll put him into custody and then blame it on negligence. They'll say he resisted arrest and died in the struggle, I guess. Someone clearly wants Kawana gone, and they have the power to do it.
Come on. Who could have that power?
Kawana is clearly a target of someone higher up. Even if he sees it coming, he won't be able to stop it. As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed. You wouldn't understand until you've been on the force.
That sucks.
When the team you're playing for is rotten to the core, all you can do is look the other way.
Man, I would love to see, I mean, we see from Yagami's perspective because he's kind of outside the legal force. But man, I would love to see Watanabe's angle of all this. Like the struggle, it's one of those things that you tread down this path a lot often when it comes to like cop dramas and stuff. This is technically not a cop drama, it's a detective story, right? Maybe a little bit of law, but it's largely a detective story, like a private investigation detective story. But when it comes to cop drama, often the storyline that's so hard is when you have to play fair and you have to play by a system. Well, if you're not at the top of the system, you begin to feel powerless. And it just seems like Watanabe is a guy that has been beaten down so much by the system he believed in, and the cynicism really pulled through there.
As for me, I'll stick to the cut and dry cases for a while. That's what'll keep me an honest cop.
That's bullshit! You'll shut the lid on the trash, ignore the smell of the rot coming from inside, and go on pretending it's justice? And then you call that being an honest cop?
Asshole. Did you forget that you were talking to a detective?
Also, it might not look like it might not look the same, but the themes are parallel to each other. This is still bullying. It's people at a higher status, and there's a gap that is insurmountable, and it allows clout and influence to divvy up corruption for one's benefit. It just comes at it just seems like a different context because it involves a world that isn't using quote unquote euphemisms like bullying, but this is still an abuse of power, which is still bullying. And you can see that he's a victim of that, even if there's a system in place that are trying to mitigate all this. We still have to remember that the system is used to mitigate human influence, right? So this is kind of a very unfortunate situation, but it does draw quite a lot of parallelisms with the micro confrontation, which started at the school level, right? With the immediate kids. Then it went higher. So it's getting older, right? You're doing all the tiers of how you can see that it exists at the bottom, at the micro in the beginning, but then even further then and even at the top.
You never did answer the question, Nami-san. Who had the authority to erase the security cameras? Who wants Kawana dead so bad that they do it inside?
Even if I told you, what the fuck could you do about it, detective? Smartass!
Oh, are we really fighting?
Leave it alone, Yagami! It's for your own good!
That your call? Well, I think I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, we are fighting.
You little piece of shit! I've had enough! Dead son of a bitch!
Interesting. I wasn't expecting to spar with him, actually. He has a weapon, so. Ooh, I can guard against that? Oh, that was weird. I lost one of my inputs. That hit 180. Holy heck, that hit 182. I keep hitting, I keep trying to parry, and it's canceling my, it's animation canceling my quick step. I need to stop doing that. Oh, I need EX to do that. And then I'm gonna chill out. Dude, that is so cheap. That hits 360. What the heck, man? Okay, I'm checking EX scaling. I'm double quick stepping because of the freaking.
I think it's time you cooled off. Have a drink.
Nice.
Oh god, no, 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 no.
Cute.
That's what you get for poking around.
Wow, that broke everything. Holy heck. I don't see why I didn't get that dodge command. Dude, that is so cheap. Man, that hitbox was so far away. Holy heck.
Dead son of a bitch!
Man, you are so cheap with that baton, man. Yeah, see, that hit me from way behind. It hits 360. That's nowhere near a 360 hitbox. That's ludicrous. And then I lost an input there. I lost an input there too. So it caused double buffering. Again, another lost input. I lost an input again. Lost an input.
I think it's time you cooled off. Have a drink.
So what's really happening right now is I'm inputting too quickly. And I'm losing inputs because my inputs are too quick. Over and over again. Yep. I was trying to get the bonus damage and basically lost all my HP. The camera screwed me up so hard there. Thank goodness I have so many quick steps. He still can OTK me from one hit. Okay. Such a glass cannon.
They broke the lock and forced their way into Sawa-sensei's place. That's when Soma came in. I'm sure she was terrified. They were pointing an ice pick at her. When I found her, her eyes were still open. I could see the tears. Yet the police are going after Kawana instead of Soma. And the cops that were there know he isn't a suspect, but say their hands are tied. So it'll be my voice you hear instead of hers. And when they come to silence me, I'll know who the puppet masters are.
Whoa, those boats are a little cursed. Just a wee bit cursed.
I hear you. And you're probably right.
And if you have any idea who might be pulling the strings, I need you to tell me before it's too late. Is there anyone on the force who would want Kawana dead?
The moment we opened Sawa-sensei's case, the Kanagawa brass had a suspect file ready to go.
Okay.
They didn't point to your guy Soma. They named you Kitakata, alias Kawana the handyman. Hilarious, isn't it? You were the first to the scene, which means the bigwigs pulled a suspect file before it even happened.
Sakurai, man.
Where'd the info about Kitakata come from?
Not sure. But the National Police Agency said it came from public security.
Public security?
Public security?
It's practically Japan's spy ring. Interesting. They don't hunt criminals as much as gather intel.
Why is public security involved in Sawa-sensei's case?
Seems they were interested in RK's criminal network in Kamurocho.
Okay, that's
You know
fair.
how after the Tojo clan disbanded, the criminals started going underground?
Wait, do they have a covert operation in RK? I mean, that would spin the usual, like, they can't shine light on RK because they're trying to break down the RK from the inside, so they have someone who's undercover in the RK. So in order to, for quote unquote, the greater good, often these spy things, right, tend to be like, instead of blowing the cover for greater good to dissolve the RK, they have to divert suspicions from the RK so that like domestic police departments, you know, national police departments don't catch on to covert operations by other departments. I mean, that could be very well where they're going. That would be kind of elaborate for near the last third of the game, though.
Well, public security would rather let RK roam free than bust them. Monitoring them quietly gives them intel on criminal movements. And even if you catch these guys, no one's will just take their place.
Yeah.
Wait, so they want RK on the streets? Is that why they're brushing Sawa-sensei's case under the rug?
For the greater good.
If RK goes down in one fell swoop over a murder case, they have to find a new source of intel.
Yep.
Purely speaking, from public security's point of view, that is.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable to Yagami, I suppose, because of how close he is to the case. But it's kind of like the type of theme that Like a Dragon, the mainline series, have promoted, where if you understand the crime and the organization that you're trying to police, it's far more predictable and controllable than a force that you are unable to control or know about. So power vacuums happen quite a lot. It's far more hard to control when there's a constant power struggle in a power vacuum. However, leaving RK there allows intel to be collected to police them in a almost the same way that the politics are strangleholding the Kanagawa Police Department. It's still the whole like privilege information, who's controlling who, and whatnot. This stuff is really hard to tackle, and it's difficult knowing that type of perspective to really be fully empathizing with Yagami's more righteous, I guess, like Saori's righteous stance, because a righteous stance is to create the most fairest system. Passionately pursuing one's own personal interests and being too close to a case would be being biased in a system that's trying to be fair.
Not that they'd ever say that out in, well, public. If you believe public security, there's no way RK killed Sawa-sensei.
What the hell?
Okay.
Do they even have a reason?
Not that I'm aware of. On top of that, I asked Tokyo PD about Soma. He doesn't have a record.
Okay.
No priors, no census registry, not even a damn profile pic.
Then what does that mean?
The man known as Kazuki Soma doesn't exist.
Is he an agent? Dude, is Kazuki Soma an undercover agent for the public security? So what he was doing, oh man, that would be a huge power play. Like you implant leadership into wrangling all the people in one fell swoop. So you use someone like Soma to collect everyone and then do like a big one fell swoop removal, and then or even put in a puppet, right? A puppet organization. That goes back to Yakuza 4. So this is really screaming a lot of Yakuza 4, where Munakata and Daigo Dojima, Munakata offered Daigo a partnership where the crime organization colludes with the police organization in order to maintain order, right? So Soma having no pass, all his records swiped clean, no census data and whatnot would really line up with an undercover agent.
Basically. Maybe that's how it's always been, or maybe it's a cover-up. But they had plenty of files on Kuwana to send our way.
Or an
instead.
informant, at
They're
least.
the ones who made him the prime suspect in Sawa-sensei's case, too.
That doesn't make any sense.
Look, Kuwana's a scapegoat for RK. Public security wants to shut the curtains on Sawa-sensei's case with him. As far as they're concerned, with Kuwana silenced, it'll all balance out.
So that's what you meant by Kuwana having an accident.
Right. Better to flush your shit than keep a lid on it.
It is easy to pin honest Kawana as the scapegoat.
So who's running the show in public security? Do they have a name?
I wasn't told, unfortunately. Afraid I'm further down the food chain than you thought.
Is it Kusumoto?
Yeah, Watanabe speaking.
Or a puppet controlled by Kusumoto, like funded by Kusumoto? A liaison in between?
Huh? Ijincho?
Huh?
Right. Got it. Call me if anything else comes up. Juan has been spotted. A witness reported seeing him in Ijincho.
Seriously?
He's
back here?
Yeah,
Couldn't say
why
for
would he
sure.
be back here?
Where's he at?
Fukutokucho, in Koreatown, where the Komi Jewel hang out. The police are headed there now.
Komi Jewel?
Yep.
Apparently it means spider web in Korean.
Throwback.
You haven't seen it? It's made to look like it's abandoned.
And Kawana's there?
You're not gonna say you got that from me, right?
I don't have much time. You said Kawana might have an accident, didn't you? I'm sure that's why you're telling me all this.
If you find him, let him know it's public security that's after him. They mean business.
Dang. Just a hint at the highest level of intrigue. Generally, though, I think RGG tends to pull back a little, so they touch upon the top brass, but generally they try to keep it a little bit more micro so that it doesn't spiral into this insane dry intrigue thing. It looks like they still have problems with grass rendering. Yeah, it's carried over from Like a Dragon, the grass rendering. I forgot I wanted to see if they overcome the grass thing, but that didn't happen, it seems. Okay. So, they only name drop Seiryu clan and Komi Jewel, but I don't expect to see them. At least I don't. Oh, wait, can you grind on things? Hold up. Wait, hold up. Wait. Wait, what the? Gosh darn it. Trying to learn how to skateboard here. Skateboard. Skate here. Skateboard? Skate? Get up. Oh, hi. Yeah, I definitely don't do a lot of damage.
Really, guys?
Wait. Okay. Alright. Hold. Wait, how come I can't jump towards this? Oh, yeah. This is so unnecessary. But... oh, it's so unnecessary. Wait. Oh, there's a half pipe. Wait. What? Hold up. There's a half pipe? Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, this is so unnecessary. Oh, whoops. I can't hold down the right trigger when I do that. Wait. Oh, okay. It's a different button, I see. Oh. Dragon Skater Pro Dragon Skater when, I suppose, you know? Right? I'm referring to Tony Hawk Pro Skating, obviously. Alright. Are we okay? Sure. I guess we can just leisurely get down there. That's hilarious. They put up a half pipe and some bars to grind on. That's great. Wait. I don't know these points. are useful at any time. This was such a great addition to the game. It would be cool to... Oh. I was about to say, it'd be cool to hold on to vehicles. It'd be kind of neat. As I can't seem to fade in and out properly. Dang it! Why do they put these coins in the middle of... in between these things? Oh, you guys are such... Oh, they're so mean. Wait, can I jump over this?
Yagamishi, it's me. I have an update for you. It seems Kawana has been spotted in Ijincho.
Yeah, in Komijo, right? I'm headed there now.
Ah, fastidious as ever. But the police have already started blocking off Komijo.
Oh.
Already?
Dang.
They're probably going to surround the area and gradually close in on Kawana-san. What's your plan, Yagamishi?
Public security is probably behind that. And according to Nabe-san, once they capture Kawana, he'll end up in an accident.
An accident?
Long story short, I need to find Kawana before the cops do. Can you navigate me to him?
I most certainly can. For now, just keep heading toward Komijo. In the meantime, I'll be monitoring the surrounding area. Oh, and I'll dispatch Sugiurashi.
Appreciate that, Tsukumo.
Alright. Sure.
This is Tsukumo. Yagamishi, please come in.
Hey, I think I'm in front of Komijo.
Indeed you are. I can see you from the drone.
Then you'll notice the cops block the road. Any way I can get in there?
Not to worry. I've already looked into an infiltration route.
Better be careful. Way to go. So, what should I do?
Can you see the white car that's parked in front of the barricade?
Yeah, I can.
There's a really small gap on the side of the car. You should be able to fit through it. It'll be a tight squeeze, I'm sure, but I have no doubt in your agility, Yagamishi.
Yeah, but what happens if I get spotted?
You can leave that part to me.
That's cute. Like, what is this? Don't mind me. What the heck? Okay. Can I just... No? What does this actually do? What? You can't, like, leave a hide place, so... Kinda weird. Until you, either throw a coin or a bomb. That's not suspicious at all. I don't even know where I'm going. I'm going over here. I am. Not suspicious at all.
Where should I go from here?
Komijo proper seems to be located behind those construction fences. There's one door in the fence. So that's your best bet.
I guess I'm gonna throw a smoke bomb at them. Don't mind me. Are you serious? Wait. Okay.
Tsukumo, can I get a hand?
Just leave it to me.
That's all. Coach. Wait, is that what Tsukumo sounds like? Oh, I can't wait to hear him. We're almost at our victory lap in Judgment. We'll see. We'll hear the Japanese voices soon enough. All right.
Tsukumo, keep navigating for me, and let me know as soon as you find Kawana. Huh? It's weird. Hello?
Jammer. Comes with the Komi Jewel territory. I wonder if we're gonna bump into Komi Jewel members. This is a throwback. Throwback to Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Kitakata Sensei! Show yourself! Come on, get your ass out here!
It's the guy from RK, but I'm pretty convinced that this is the same. This is Kasai's English voice actor from Judgment. It's
Relax
so
with the
recognizable.
yelling, will you? You're giving away our location. How am I supposed to relax? This shit's intense.
His accents. Hey, Sugiura.
Shh.
Sugiura?
Didn't Tsukumo-kun tell you I was on my way?
Yeah, suppose he did.
Yagami-san, all these guys are RK.
Does that mean RK beat the police to Kawana?
No, not exactly. I just saw some cops let RK guys through. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
No, that was no
Not
mistake.
crazy at all.
Some cops are working with RK.
Yep.
But why?
Someone in authority on the force is trying to get rid of Kawana. So they want him to have an accident.
What? That's off the scale insane.
Not
Insane or not,
particularly.
I need to get to Kawana before RK or the cops do. You know where he is?
I don't. Come to think of it, why would Kawana-san come to Komicho? Does he know someone here?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a
Let's
good
just
question.
focus on reaching the top of this place for now. Aren't there people from Komicho here? It can't be all RK. Maybe we can ask them where Kawana is.
Worth a shot. As long as we don't give ourselves away.
Alright. Time to act smooth. Sort of. Again, it is very hard to walk up stairs while crouched like that. Holy heck.
That looks like a lot of RK muscle to me, Yagami-san.
Yeah, but if that many are out searching, the silver lining is that they don't have a lead on Kawana.
True. We'll just have to stay one step ahead of them then. I don't
Thanks,
see
Sean.
anywhere else we can go. So let's go up those stairs.
Alright. No sneaky. Everything's going pretty well. How are you?
Looks like this is the highest we can go.
Yagami-san, we've got RK coming in from below too.
Let's find another route on this floor.
Hardcore time. That looks about right.
What the?
Hardcore.
Yeah, we should be able to get up from here. Yeah.
Are you going first?
There we go.
Fair enough. He was a free runner.
Damn. Wish I was that nimble.
Nah, you're that nimble. You're doing well. Good to hear. Good to hear. Alright, wait, actually, we could look for, are there skill books? Oh, wait. There's something over there. Skill book. Motivator suit, SS. I forgot that there's a gear system game. Oh, wait, what does this do? Defense +3, and doing MSQ only, you really don't do a lot of things. Okay. Alright. We're fine. He's incredibly nimble too. He's just being modest. Unless I don't know where to go. Okay. Sure. Okay. Maybe Sugiura was slightly more nimble. That's fine. Okay. That didn't do what I thought. I thought he was gonna wall run there. Brewery is doing great. Oh, I didn't realize it was wait. It wasn't open yet? October 18th. Oh, it opened around a month out. Huh. You have to keep me posted on the brewery. Okay. Wait, so... No, Yagami! Please! Okay. What? Yagami, where do you want me to... Are you just gonna jump? Oh. Say what? Huh. This is weird. This isn't awkward at all. Oh yeah, it has been a while for sure. That would be a nice place, actually. Why do I feel... Do you wall run? No wall run. Oh, wait. Hold up. No. That's not it. Oh, this ain't it. Ah! Oh, okay. Wow, that is really finicky. Yagami, please. You gotta alert me. We didn't get enough run speed is probably why that's not working out. Yagami, drop. Yagami, please! Drop down! Okay. Yeah, we didn't get enough run speed. Okay. Alright. Oh boy. Yeah, Sugiura was much more
Yagami-san.
nimble.
Yo, you guys are Komi Jewel, aren't you?
Huh?
Pretend.
Komi Jewel? Us?
What's going on here, man? This place is empty. Lead the way, would you?
Do they
Yagami-san.
look like Koreans to you?
They seem like RK.
will say though, keeping his shirt clean through it, yeah. But he also has incredibly tight jeans. Now just imagine doing that in incredibly tight jeans. Like Sugiura has some free flowing pants and
Rather not have
outfit.
to bullshit then.
But look at his outfit.
Take him down?
Yeah.
Look at those jeans. Oh, hi. Yep. Hey, you know what? Given those kicks, those jeans are... Yeah, dude, they're spring-loaded. But, yo, those jeans... He's got, like, incredible jeans, you know? Just superhero jeans. It's fine.
Yagami-san, looks like the top floor is up ahead. There's a room on this side too, though. Might be worth checking out.
Oh, interesting. Huh. Go this way. Well, actually, a room worth checking out. That hasn't happened before in this game. What the heck? A save point. Wow, that's a first. This is new. Wow, they haven't done this before. It's already chapter 10. Save spot. The true hero of the game is the denim. Yes, it is truly the denim. It's practically a skin, you know, it's practically tights. Okay. Chafing.
Wish we'd had some sign of Kawana-san, but maybe we'll still get lucky? Are you ready to go, Yagami-san?
Oh, so they put in a modern save point instead of having you do the old school where you do the entire sequence.
Let's go.
Interesting. That's good for the legend run. Right?
Man, where is this fucking guy? This shit's taking forever. Yeah, it's not like anyone else is here. You think the cops got it wrong? Then what do? Keep looking? Is there a fucking point?
Seems like Kawana-san's giving them the slip. What's the plan now?
Let's find out what RK's gonna do when they catch Kawana. Are they planning to kill him themselves?
What? You gonna just stroll up and ask him?
Well, I only count 4 of them.
Yeah.
So 2 each. Piece of cake.
I guess.
Dude, if those jeans exist, I haven't worn jeans in a very, very long time. Maybe like 16 years? So I wouldn't mind a pair of those jeans.
Okay, let's go.
Dude, they have a lift, you know what I mean? Like if you have flexible, form-fitting jeans, they totally lift your butt. I'm just saying.
Hello, gentlemen. Got a couple questions for you.
Huh? Who the hell are you two? You with the Kome jewel?
Nah.
They don't even recognize you, Yagami-san?
Well, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, it really
What's
is.
going on here?
Yes.
Huh?
Yagami-san?
Wait.
I don't think it's just 2 each anymore.
Yagami? Hey, that's the detective
Eh?
from Kamurocho.
Right. Oh.
A detective? Just get him! They're with Kitakata! Fuck yeah. Let's get it started. Hope you're ready to die. I've been waiting for this shit.
Uh-huh.
Tell me
I'm sure you've been waiting to get your butt kicked. It's fine. Oh, there's a gun! I heard a gun. Oh my gosh. Guns. Get rid of the gun. Ah! Oh my gosh, you little pep. He bounced back off the gun. Yep. 2 bullets to the face. That's about right. You know, couldn't get to the gun fast, you know. Instant death. Very useful maneuver. Oh no, the gun is still alive! Dude, how'd you live? Oh crap. Hold up. Hold. Oh, there are 2 people. Oh, dude. Oh my. He has a flamethrower too? Oh my god. I wouldn't believe a fight if there wasn't a gun. Well, this is Japan, so guns are incredibly rare.
Great, more of them.
Let's go.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's incredibly strict. Even this game takes place in 2021. Even in 2021. It's to the point you're playing as a detective. A lot of the police force and whatnot are not equipped as well. Right. Guns kick your butt though. Okay. Okay, hold. Oh my goodness. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. We got rid of all the shenanigans. Oh dude. You just freely swung into me. What the heck, dude? Sugiura, you weren't doing crap. Is there a QTE? No QTE? Okay. Okay. Revolver, huh? Yep. Fair enough. We have not too many tools on
That all you got?
MSQ only run.
I thought there were more of you guys.
Don't say
Let's
that.
not jinx it, man.
Exactly. Don't say that, Yagami.
You guys came looking for Kuwana, right? What were you gonna do to him?
We were just told to catch him. Not sure what comes after that.
You sure the plan wasn't to kill him?
I said I don't know!
Who gave the order here? Soma?
It was Akusa-san. Probably on Soma-san's orders, though.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hey, Yagami-san?
Komi Jewel. Oh, this is the first time we're seeing Komi Jewel members.
Hey, how come Ijincho has so many creepy masks?
I was just gonna ask you.
Says the guy wearing a mask.
Kuwana's not here.
Huh?
That intel was fake. We were the ones who put it out.
You live here? Then you must be Komicho.
Normally, it's us hiring the handyman. But this time, it was Kuwana asking the favor.
Huh? To put out false information?
Yes. He said he wanted to see what kind of enemy he was dealing with, and how they'd respond to an eyewitness report. Seeing as how easy police info made its way to these thugs, I'd say he was wise to use caution. Were he any closer, he would have been ensnared by now.
So much plywood.
So Kawana's nearby, watching everything unfold as we speak? He's really in Ijincho then?
We'll have to clear the room to discuss that.
Get out here, RK.
Hey! Why are you looking at me?
Sorry.
Lights out.
As you said, Kuwana's returned to Ijincho. There are benefits to being here that only he can exploit.
Where's he hiding out?
Under the protection of Tesso from the Yokohama Leomon.
He's hanging out with the
When you cleared
Leomon.
to see him,
Of course.
we already took care of that.
Kawana actually said he'd meet us?
Interesting.
Come on. There's a way through the cops don't know. You can get out to the city from there.
You know, the
That'd
back
be helpful,
entrance.
thanks.
To the restaurant.
Guess you're not so bad after all.
Bear in mind, you may not leave alive if you come back. You were never welcome here.
And never mind.
Is this PlayStation 4 era? No. This is 2022, 2021.
So, where do we find Kuwana-san?
I'm sure the Liumang will lead us to him. Just so happens I've got a brother there named Tesso.
Oh, what?
Now let's get there before Kawana changes his mind.
This is current gen. Let's see. The game looks great. What? Oh, okay. I missed the first one. Let's see. So the Komi Jewel had a representative just for a brief moment. The Seiryu clan did not get a representative. That's interesting. Sure we'll ever see the Komi Jewel again. Alright. 68k. We're just gonna...
Yeah, let's go.
Go. Oh, I can't skateboard. Restaurant row? Fine. Listen, just pick up your feet, alright? Sugiura, you're being a pep. Just avoid. Don't mind me, just jaywalking, as usual. Oh, okay. Well, actually, I think we're fine. Can we keep them? Yeah, we're fine.
So, you're Yagami Yanaki? Tesso-san told me to let you in.
Yeah.
Yagami Aniki? Will you be coming inside?
Inside joke. Don't worry about it.
Sure, let me pass.
This way, please.
Inside joke. Tesso's our bro. Enemy of our enemy is our friend. So much running. I have my hands on my knees with my hands up asking for more. So much running. I have my hands on my knees with my hands up asking for more. Yeah, true.
Bro, hey man. Welcome back, friends.
Freaking
Tesso,
Tesso.
Aniki? Do I have to call you that?
Take a seat. And you too, buddy.
This'll be fun.
Man of the hour.
Which of your names should we be using for you now? Kawana? Or do you prefer Kitakata-sensei?
Kitakata's a name that's been all but murdered by society. In Ijincho, I'm just a merry old handyman Kuwana-san.
Sure.
If you ask the cops, you're the murder suspect, Kitakata. After killing Sawa-sensei, you fled the scene. At least, that's the story the police top brass are passing down through the ranks. Now, why would they say something like that about you?
Calm down, Yagami. How come you never relax?
So Kawana hired you guys from the start, and you pretended to not know each other in front of me? If that's the case, you really went all out for me.
Didn't I tell you? The Liumang accepts anonymous requests too.
That's
Tesso
fair.
didn't know I was the one who hired him. I suppose there's no point in hiding that now.
That's just how it is. Nothing to get mad over, bro.
You really aren't hiding anything? Did you tell him all you've done?
He's a former high school teacher who's going around killing bullies. Can't be much more to hide than that. Do you need any more convincing?
Honestly, I'm at a loss. I worked my ass off to get where you are.
And I'm still trying to untangle the mess you've made of it. You've got my student helpers by the throats. So I'm really backed into a corner here.
You mean the graduates from Kurokawa Academy? Like Mamiya-san?
Very good, Sugiura-kun. So how about it? No reason for us to doubt each other's intentions, right? All the secrets are out in the open now.
Fine. Then I'm gonna light up.
You were just over at Komijul, weren't you? RK was looking for me there. The police even lent them a hand.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm even more confused. I give up. Who in the world could be after me? Who has influence over both RK and the police?
Care to venture a guess?
They'd be the uneducated guesses of a handyman. You got any bright ideas yourself, Master Detective?
I haven't confirmed it for sure yet, but I have a pretty good theory for you.
Yep.
Oh?
Kusumoto,
Who?
probably. Yeah, we heard from Detective Watanabe also confirming public security division being involved. It's not Red Knife, that's RK. It's probably Vice Minister Reiko Kusumoto. I guess we could answer public security, but let's just go for this.
Reiko Kusumoto, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. She's Mitsuru Kusumoto's mother, your student from 13 years ago.
Wait, what?
There's a chance she's the one trying to silence you. And public security is taking orders directly from her.
Yep.
Public security?
A detective from Kanagawa PD told me. Public security is pinning you as Sawa-sensei's murderer. He was also told to back off RK. If public security is protecting RK, it would explain why they have free reign on Ijincho.
Hey, back up. Why does this Kusumoto lady want to silence Kuwana in the first place?
Liability.
Kuwana had his former students kidnap Shinya Kawai in Kamurocho 5 years ago. The same guy who pushed her son into jumping off a roof. Kawai was killed after that. Before you killed Kawai, you approached Reiko Kusumoto about the prospect of revenge, didn't you? Ahara told us that. Before taking revenge on a bully, you'd approach the family about it first. Did you make the same offer to Reiko Kusumoto?
What if I did?
She's the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. She's pretty popular. She's even cleaning up her predecessor's mess. If it were to surface that she agreed to a revenge killing, they'd have yet another massive scandal on their hands. And if you get to go down in cuffs instead of a body bag, that detail may just come out. Before that can happen, Reiko Kusumoto plans to
Have me silenced, and use public security to do it.
Exactly. Except public security can't just go after you, so they subcontracted RK to do the dirty work. That would explain why public security is trying to cover for RK.
Great. You're fooling me, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I see. Well, the logic...
Wait, are you actually drinking Grey Goose? Sorry, I don't know why my mind wandered straight to drinks. Oh, oh.
It starts off soundly enough.
It is quite smooth.
Something wrong with it?
I wonder, it would be kind of humorous to see the poeticness in this. So he mentioned that Reiko Kusumoto is cleaning up her predecessor's mess and the big scandal, the previous big scandal. That's the previous game. Basically, over 2 years ago, Yagami was the one who got Ichidose. He was pulling his weight around in many accounts of corruption.
Unfortunately, yes, something does stick out.
And what's that?
I did, in fact, approach Kusumoto-san 5 years ago about taking revenge on Shinya Kawai.
Yep.
And just as you said, I used Mamiya-kun and the others to kidnap Kawai.
Right, that checks out. We got all that
point
so
on,
far.
Kusumoto-san knew I was directing Mamiya-kun and the others.
Yep.
She'd seen their faces, knew their identities, everything.
Oh.
So,
okay.
If Kusumoto-san wanted to go after me, Mamiya-kun and the others would be first on the list.
Oh,
but
so
the
that
fact
wouldn't
is,
be...
public security hasn't laid a finger on them,
That's
even
fair.
now. Which means Kusumoto-san isn't the one giving them orders.
Dang, who could it be then? So we didn't know up to this point that Kusumoto actually knows that his entire operation on taking out, committing those murders. So who could it be left? Who else do we have left? I don't think there's anyone that we're aware of. The last 3 chapters of the game? I mean, we've seen this happen a few times. So if Kusumoto was giving the order, yeah, she would have gone to Kuwana much quicker by taking out all the loose ends he has and getting to there, because she already knows all the accomplices.
Sure, that makes some sense.
Hey, so sorry if this is off topic, but what was Kusumoto-san doing when Shinya Kawai was killed 5 years back?
That's a fair
She
question.
was standing right there with me. Afterwards, she took 3 days of PTO, and that was a first for her.
Okay.
Why?
Shinya Kawai died at the hands of Kusumoto-san. She drove the knife into his chest personally.
Oh,
she
really?
Took it slow, making sure he suffered the whole time.
Dang.
Just like Akihiro Ehara, she avenged her son with her own 2 hands.
Oh.
I admire her.
She killed Kawai herself?
Wow. The question is, can we even... I don't know if we can believe Kuwana though. You just looked up the official honorific san? Never actually paid attention to it? I feel like they wouldn't be giving that much respect to someone it's seniority, not necessarily respect. Not necessarily respect in the westernized situation. So he's older. Or he's a stranger, or he's older. Yeah. In this case. But it's a nuance. Generally speaking, the san is an honorific. It's considered an honorific. But honorific is not used in strictly the positive, slash, like a positive sense. Strangers would probably refer to each other with that as well, just out of formality. They keep honorifics. RGG, the developer of this game, have already made and addressed the use of honorifics in the English dialogue. This is one of 3 games to date that has English dialogue, and the English translation has always kept the honorifics, but in terms of dialogue, they already made a comment that they will keep it just because of the Japanese perspective. I don't know if the next mainline game, which also takes partially in Hawaii now, I don't know if the Hawaiians or like people in Hawaii are gonna use honorifics. That's why the next mainline game, which is in Judgment, um, series, it's gonna be really interesting how they tackle that. Yeah. It's something you get really used to and second nature when you watch a lot of Japanese entertainment. Other than Polish.
Afterward, she told me she'd never wash the smell of his blood off her hands.
Okay.
Damn, man.
I was the only one who knew that, by the way. The others have no idea.
So now we know she
On that
committed
day,
murder.
5 years ago, I sent them straight home after they brought me Kawai. And I was the only one with Kusumoto-san when she killed him.
This sounds way too crazy to be real.
Even so, the fact is, Kusumoto-san hasn't betrayed me.
Yeah.
Besides, I doubt the Vice Minister is powerful enough to order public security around.
I wouldn't doubt that one.
Who is giving them their orders?
Man, so
Well,
someone
I'd
high
say
up.
your theory's on the right track.
So who else
I'm
could
sure
it be?
public security contracted RK. It lines up with what's happened so far. I imagine they're so persistent because they know I can be used against Kusumoto-san.
Either way,
competition?
whoever's pulling the strings is someone who'll benefit from your capture. So if it isn't Reiko Kusumoto, maybe it's one of her enemies?
Yeah.
An enemy?
Yeah, like someone within the Ministry of Health, or maybe even some kind of political rival. Nothing would be more valuable to them than dirt on Kusumoto, right?
Yeah.
They're probably trying to take her down. Or they could threaten and manipulate her as they see fit. Is that why public security has been taking action? If they wanted to take her down, they could have had the police investigate her fair and square.
Sure. Whoever's behind RK and public security must be an enemy of Moto? Yeah, that seems to be a logical train of thought. There are no real people we came across that ties them to all the crimes currently that would be interested other than a third party, like just a happenstance third party. Oh, okay, I see.
Right. Kusumoto-san can walk away from the Ministry of Health anytime she wants. Plus, she has the public's support, especially with the younger crowds. All just more reasons for her to have enemies.
I read some article about how even the Prime Minister has a hard time with her. Like, she'll get up in his face every time he signs an order. Dumbass loses so many arguments, he practically works for her now.
So the Prime Minister's trying to find some dirt on Reiko Kusumoto?
He's just an example. Weren't you listening when we said Kusumoto-san has lots of enemies in her position?
Hey, don't be a dick.
So whoever's behind this may have been looking for a
Thanks.
weakness in Kusumoto-san for a while. They must have got their start after realizing Ehara's case was really about getting revenge on a bully. That puts Ehara and Reiko Kusumoto in the same boat, being that their only sons were bullying victims. And if they discovered that Kawai also vanished 5 years ago.
Regardless, that wouldn't account for the rest of the incidents where a bully ended up dead. You'd know. You're the one going up and down the whole country killing them off, aren't you? Kawai makes number 7.
7? Damn, man.
It wouldn't take much to connect the dots. It'd lead straight to her. Reiko Kusumoto. Then they'd know that she was among the victims who got her revenge.
Yeah. And then, to Ahara's case, the link between him and Kusumoto is clear as day now if you know what you're looking for. That link is Sawa-sensei.
So someone's
Took me a
setting
while,
her
but I
up.
connected the two cases together.
Setting her up, but also like undercovering, like basically uncovering and announcing her link to all the crimes. Someone who wants to sweep everything up. I mean, that does fit a prime minister. They're going for sweeping up all the problems that are undermining the justice system.
Myself. It was RK. She never should have even been on their radar. In fact, They traced your name from her. Sawa-sensei knew. She suspected you were involved with the Mikoshiba murder in one way or another, right?
The chairman?
You don't care.
No.
You see your killing spree
No
on
way
these
it's the
former
chairman.
bullies like you're doing the country a service.
Yeah.
In your eyes, this is vengeance. Actually, no.
Yeah, you'll
You'd
call it
justice,
justice,
wouldn't you? Except, Sawa-sensei wouldn't have died if it was.
That was never my intent. She shouldn't have died.
No. You don't get to just brush her off like that. Like an afterthought. You had to have known you'd go down for this eventually. And you're fine if all your old students like you and Mamiya go down with you.
Scorched earth.
By then, why would you look back at your trail of blood? Why would you clean up all your carnage? It's not your problem, right? You move forward with one purpose. Send as many bullies to hell as you can. Beyond that, you don't give a shit what happens. Sawa-sensei died in tears. You didn't see what I saw. The fear she must have felt was still frozen on her face. You, Ihara, Reiko Kusamoto, you're all murderers. And so far, all of you have gotten away with it. So why did Yoko Sawa end up having to pay the price? Tell me, will you even be able to look her in the eye when you die?
I doubt it. That's gonna follow me well into the afterlife. So what now, then? March to the cops and turn myself in?
You should. If you don't do exactly that, no one will know why she had to die, and that'll be the end of her story. Everyone will keep on dancing around her death, even though she was completely innocent. Just like the cops are doing.
Afraid I can't do that. If I turn myself in now, there's only one thing that happens. Public security takes me out. And worse, Reiko Kusamoto would be compromised. And that, I will never allow to happen. Of all the people involved in this, she deserves to walk free. Her revenge was justified.
You think so?
All she did was scrape off the scum of the earth that pushed her only son into an attempted suicide. She didn't sit around crying about a legal miscarriage. She took justice into her own hands. No one has any right to indict her for that. So don't go there. Nobody lays a finger on her.
Hey, skinny ginger kid. Looks like this is gonna turn into a little more than a chat.
Good thing.
Skinny ginger kid. Oh, freaking Tesso. Okay.
So is your plan to kill me too?
Alright, one-on-one.
Anyone who interferes with your justice, we all get added to your body count, don't we?
The punishment fits the crime. You're just blind. If you can't see that, then you can go to hell!
Music?
Stay out of my way!
Ah, yes. Let there be music. Oh, crap, he's fast too. Ah! Oh, he's switching. Dude, that was one bop? Oh, that's a parry state. Okay. Dude, this music though. I have no healing items, so I don't think we had healing items for a very long time now. Ah! Is there any? Maybe we picked up a heal. Oh, we did pick up one. Okay. Oh, I totally. Oh, I whiffed. Oh, did we trade there? QTE. Oh, that parry. Oh. Oh no. Sure. I just don't want to get OTK'd here. Nah, we're pretty safe. Yeah. Yeah, we were pretty safe the whole time. Dude, the track is so hard hitting. What the heck? That music track.
How long has this been going now?
I lost track.
Call it?
Nah. They're gonna tire out eventually. Beating the shit out of each other is the way some people communicate.
Go back to Kiryu.
I can see that.
Dang.
There we go. Now let's stop them.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Haven't you had enough yet?
What?
You think it's time to give it a rest?
Hell no. Stay out of our way.
You're not looking so hot.
You got lucky I stopped when I did, you know. I had a move lined up with your name on it.
You're the one who got lucky as far as I'm concerned. I was about to kick your ass.
What a fucking mess, guys.
No. Wait. No. What is Zhao doing here? What? Are we gonna pretend like he's not a cross character? What the freak? You don't just randomly put in another character from the mainline series. What the heck? I mean, out of Kashiwagi. I mean, Kashiwagi's fine, I suppose, but you put in Zhao? What the? Now I'm confused.
Hey, both of you, eat. Your food's getting cold.
One of our higher-ups cooked this himself. It won't look good if there's any left.
Not a problem.
Wait,
this stuff's great.
Is he in charge of the Liu Meng still?
Delicious! Man, this is the good stuff.
What?
So that means Reiko Kusamoto could be being targeted by public security.
What?
Right. It's possible part of the police wants to catch me as leverage against Kusamoto-san on public security orders. But that's only if public security really is behind this. You're the one who said you got that info from a cop.
Well, someone up top's been putting pressure on the investigation. That much is clear. But no matter how you slice it, the fact that you're enemy number one while RK roams free is absurd. Unfortunately, all I got out of that cop was that public security itself is who we're up against.
Public security is Japan's top intelligence agency. If they're after you, there's no escape.
Agreed.
Then I guess now's a good time to make a suggestion.
Huh?
Tell me, who benefits the most from you two fighting? Huh? That'd be public security. The more you drag each other down, the easier they'll be able to get the jump on you. By the time you notice, it's too late. They've got you. And that's exactly what they'd want, right? But
That's
what
a
if
fair
you two
point.
work together? You watch each other's backs and act before RK and public security do. You might even be able to find out who's pulling the strings.
Huh. Yeah. For two enemies to join forces, there needs to be an even greater threat to fight.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I'm on board with that.
Fine, but this is only temporary. Once we finish with public security, I'm gonna make sure you answer for what you've done.
Okay, then where do we start? Should we just storm public security at this point?
No. First, we need to confirm public security is really the enemy we're after.
Right. We'll make our move after that.
We have the element of surprise. They have no idea we're working together.
Then we'll use it to our advantage and outsmart them.
Aw, look at the boys playing nice.
If public security's trying to find some leverage against Kusumoto-san, they'll likely be listening in on her. They're the experts in wiretapping and espionage, after all. We just need a quick confirmation.
How?
We'll just give her a call.
Right here?
Yes. That way, her enemy will trace the call and pinpoint our location. And public security is the only one in Japan who can pull that off, so we'll know right away if it's them.
That's fair.
Good thinking.
Yeah. Wait, hold up! You saying if you call up Reiko Kusumoto, then the bad guys will start pouring in? We maybe not do that here?
Actually, that might just work in our favor.
Huh? Bro, why are you talking crazy?
Yagami-san, you sure about getting on bro terms without Kaito-san? Wouldn't that bum him out?
Whoa. This is amazing. What is this?
Good shit, huh? You've got good taste, bro. I knew you of all people would notice the difference.
Freaking Jao.
Kuwana,
Cameo.
when was the last time you spoke to Reiko Kusumoto?
5 years ago, on the night she killed Kawai. We arranged it, so we'd never contact each other after that.
So you have her number then?
If it hasn't changed.
What is it then? I have an idea.
What?
We're gonna set a trap to find out if we really are up against public security. If they trace the call and they send people for us, then we know for sure it's them. That's why we're gonna call Reiko Kusumoto using a location that doesn't exist at all.
Interesting.
How's that work?
We'll use 2 phones that can't be traced back to us, and we'll relay your voice. Obviously, you won't be wherever we do this from. Best to do this someplace with no one around. Once we see who they send in, mission accomplished.
Wait, what's happening?
Don't worry, I got it. You'll catch up, Sugiura-kun.
First, we need to know our enemy. I'll have Tsukumo prep us some burner phones.
Which means a truce for the time being?
Only while you're here. Gotta keep things civil for my brother.
Man, Zhao-san's cooking makes even the suck.
They even name drop Jao.
Your situation's not suck.
Cheers to that.
Dang. But what does this mean? Everyone except KDU and Casca?
Hey, so Tsukumo-kun's already got the phones ready. They're burners that can't be traced back to us.
2 of them, right?
Just like you asked for.
Nicely done, Yokohama 99. You'll work quick.
Alright. Alright. No skateboards. Alright. Let's We cleared the 80k. I think we're pretty safe with having the finishers and stuff. I didn't even use I think based on how we're using crane, I think we can make Tiger work too. Oh, and we can have guard roll off LB. Oh, that's interesting. We'll have to see. And we can finally get maybe even faster. All right. Whoops. How about? All right. All right. All right. All right.
Ah, just the two I've been waiting for. Excellent work, by the way.
Hey, got those burner phones ready?
Of course I do. Who do you think I am?
Someone with not a working left pinky.
I still don't fully get what's going on. Yagami-san, what are we gonna do with these?
Okay, I'll break it down. First, we call Kawana on one phone. Let's say this one here. Then we use this other phone to call Reiko Kusamoto. Using them that way. The phones won't be connected to each other, but their voices will be relayed so they can talk normally.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
And then?
If public security finds out Reiko Kusamoto's talking to Kawana, they'll trace the call without actually finding him. Then we can see exactly who they send without risk of being seen ourselves.
I mean, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm getting it.
Surely you don't intend to do that here, do you?
That
would put a beacon on us for Kawana-san's enemies.
Low tech, but high tech.
We'll do it somewhere remote. We need a place where nobody would raise an eyebrow at an army of public security boys. And it's gotta have a good vantage point.
There's a building under construction not far from here. It's late, so no one should be around that may get involved unintentionally.
Where is it?
It's right near Seiryo High. There's a crane by the river, too. You'll know when you see it.
Okay.
Okay, you two stay put. I should be able to handle this alone.
Oh, I know which building.
You sure about that?
Let me at least put out a drone, Yagami-shi, even if it isn't much. I'll use it to capture the faces of Kawana-san's pursuers.
That'd be good.
I want to know who this person is. All right, skateboarding time. Hello, boys. Goodbye, boys. Nothing like skateboarding down the opposing lane. Traffic. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah. Okay. At least I think it's this one. Oh no, it isn't. Is it the one near the park? Can I actually walk through here? Oh, okay. It's here. This is the cafe. Don't mind me coming through. Yeah, it's this one. The one that we saw earlier. Yep. It's still the same one, actually. Same big building.
This must be the construction site Tsukumo was talking about.
This is Tsukumo. Yagami-shi, I've confirmed your position.
Yeah. I think I can spot whoever comes close from here. I'm gonna call Kawana on the burner now.
Understood.
It's Kawana.
You ready? I'm about to call Reiko Kusamoto. Once you're connected, you take it from there.
It's been 5 years since I last spoke to her.
Yeah. Can't imagine this won't be awkward.
I know. Okay, do it.
Finally got her face. And also the face of Mitsuru Kusumoto. Our comatose suicide attempter.
Yes, hello?
This is Kitakata from Kurakawa Academy.
What?
You'll have to forgive me for this, but the position I'm in required me to reach out to you. I would never have done this otherwise. I should also note, there's a high probability this phone call is being tapped.
I see. Very well, then.
It's been 13 years, Kusumoto-san.
So it has.
Kitakata-sensei. I've read about your accomplishments. To think you'd become a vice minister.
You never really know how things are going to work out.
But that's not true at all, Kusumoto-san. You were always destined to move up in the world. I've got to be honest with you. A woman as virtuous and as capable as you deserves the world and then some.
But how is Mitsuru-kun?
I'm afraid he's still asleep. Nothing's changed.
I see. I wish I had the words.
What is it you wanted?
If you've been watching the news, you probably already heard. I've become a prime suspect for a crime. They think I murdered Yokosawa in her apartment.
I've heard.
Obviously, it wasn't me who killed her, of course. Do you happen to remember Sawa-kun by any chance?
The girl from your class. She was the only one of those students who ever came to visit Mitsuru. But even then, that's been at least 10 years now. I got a letter from her once. She wanted to tell me she'd become a teacher. But I never did reply. And that was the last I'd heard from her.
I see.
So back to my question. What do you want?
I hope you weren't planning to ask me for a favor. I'm afraid the answer would be no.
No, it's not that. It's just... I wanted to let you know that at some point, someone may come to you to ask a few questions about me. I thought I should give you a heads up. I'll make every effort to ensure they won't cause any trouble for you, Kusumoto-san. I'm sorry about this. I'll try to handle it from my side.
So in your opinion, then, do you believe anything related to you could cause me any trouble?
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be just fine.
We're almost to the signal. Kill the headlights.
RK, huh?
2 cars inbound. Looks like we were right on the money. This proves Reiko Kusamoto's phone is compromised. And if there's one organization capable of tracing a call and moving on it, it's gotta be public security on the hunt for Kawana.
Public security is really coming straight to you by car?
No. There's no way they could mobilize their people that quickly. I guess it's gotta be the prefectural police that they've got in their pocket. Or it's just RK.
I will say it's been great to hear your voice again. But this should be the last time you ever hear from me. I'll try my best.
I understand. Goodbye.
Hey, look. It's a drone. It has a phone attached to it. Shoot it! Shoot it down!
You sure?
Just take it down! Hurry it up! Hey! What the fuck are you aiming at?
I can't hit it! It's too small! Shit!
Damn, dude. How the hell are we supposed to chase down a drone? And where the fuck is this Kawana guy?
Who knows, man?
They called us in to catch this shithead, but how the hell are we supposed to do that? It's fucked up. Do we look like spec ops?
Yeah, right. But at least you gotta shoot that thing.
This is my second time, actually. I took a few shots at some kids in a park.
Whoa.
I aimed at the ground and sent those little shits running for their lives.
We're done here. Pack it in.
That's 6 punks and only 1 gun between you by my count.
Who the fuck are you?
It was you guys in charge. I'm sure Kawana would have had this whole thing solved a long time ago. Well, then again, I suppose I do have to give you credit for how fast you made it here.
That was my gun, asshole!
Who's the one giving the orders? You may as well just level with me. You guys are RK's bottom rung, right?
It sounds like you must know Kawana. Well, I guess we're not gonna be leaving here empty-handed after all. Come on! We're taking this guy in, boys! Fuck him up!
I don't think I'm gonna leave here at all, actually, but alright. Oh no, 2 elites? Okay.
Let's do this.
The targeting is kicking my butt. Yeah. The constant target swapping is making the parry unreliable. Okay. I guess we just switch to Crane and use the EX. Good old reliable. I was gonna use the snake finisher, but that requires grabbing. And missing grabs kind of sucks. Take 3.
Who sent you here?
The order came from the head honchos in RK.
You mean Soma?
Not that high up. It was one of the bosses. There's a bunch of them.
What did they tell you to do once you found Kawana?
They just said to catch him. Well, they also made it very clear not to kill him. Like we'd pull the trigger. We never even heard what our cut was.
Just another useless grunt. Tell me, gentlemen, how would you feel if you found out you were just pawns in public security's game?
We're playing what game now?
I suggest you quit RK while you can. Go tell your buddies, get them out too. Otherwise, they'll keep you in the dark, use you and toss you aside. And then, You'll end up in a ditch there's no crawling out of.
I wonder if that works out and it'll pay out later. To create deserters.
Yes?
Pardon me. You would be Reiko Kusamoto, correct?
New face.
Sir, it's a little late for this. And how'd you get in here in the first place?
Either Prime Minister or maybe even the President? Like the Minister of Health, not the Vice Minister?
I've expressly forbid having visitors.
Calm now. I'm a coordinator with the National Police Bureau, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sure you're familiar with my division of public security.
Oh, so the guy at the
Bondo is
top.
my name, ma'am.
Bondo?
Are you now? Well, I'm afraid coordinator is rather vague.
I have a more public-facing title as well, of course. But I'm trying to be discreet here, so let's not get bogged down with minor details.
Oh.
It's in our best interests.
I guess a third party is a third party.
I'm afraid that won't help. I've already seen to that.
So we're more or less talking about like the closest I would say in this case would be the an equivalent to the CIA.
What is this?
There's a question I need answered with some urgency, Kusamoto-san. It concerns the disappearance of a certain individual.
Huh.
Actually, probably the NSA. Yeah, probably the NSA. What's the closest equivalent to this? Because it's Public Security Division, the National Security Administration.
About 5 years ago, a man vanished off the streets of Kamurocho. I'm sure you'll recognize him.
Right.
A former classmate of Mitsuru-kun here.
Oh, are they
Shinya
investigating?
Kawai. I believe there are things you might know. I can say that with some level of certainty, as a matter of fact.
Guess you can't really. The guy is not shady yet, right? He's just operating and uprooting something that has already transpired.
A shadow looms over Yagami and Kuwana.
Although using RK is a little suspect, right? So this guy is clearly coordinating the RK, so that's not above board.
Japan's National Intelligence Agency, Public Security, fixes its gaze on Reiko Kusamoto of the Ministry of Health. 5 years ago, Kuwana prompted her to take revenge on Shinya Kawai for pushing her son to the brink. Secrets can only lie dormant so long, and upon their waking, chaos ensues.
Undercover. Who could that be referring to? Few days later.
Done it again, Tsukumo. Can't believe you found it.
I figured Mitsuru Kusamoto would be in one of the better hospitals around the health ministry.
Okay.
That narrowed it down to just a few locations. Then I pinpointed the exact one through sheer determination.
And that led you to Toto University Hospital. So Mitsuru is still lying in a coma there?
Yep. Reiko
Think so?
Kusamoto has been visiting her son every night for the past 13 years.
Dang.
Even after she became vice minister. If you gentlemen want to meet her in person, that would be your best chance.
Yagami, you seriously think you can convince Reiko Kusamoto to turn herself in?
Well, gonna try at least.
She's at the top of the food chain. If it comes out that she committed murder, the whole country's gonna lose it.
If they hadn't tried to hide it, nobody else would have needed to pay for it. Like Sawa-sensei.
Yeah. You're right.
And if she confesses to killing Kawai, public security will run out of reasons to keep defending RK. So in theory, that should free up the police to pursue Soma about Sawa-sensei.
Totally agree with you there.
Fair enough.
But Kowana-san's against that, right? Didn't he say he wouldn't let her turn herself in?
Yeah. That's why he's not in the loop on this.
So, you're just gonna show up? You do know she's probably surrounded by public security at all times, don't you?
Just means we gotta be prepared for that. Like the professional detectives we are.
Prepared? How?
Just leave it to us. Yagami-san, I gotta go get ready. Let's meet at Toto University Hospital.
Got it.
See ya.
So what do you need from me in this, Yagami?
You got any old acquaintances in RK? Think you can find out where Soma and Akutsu are?
You forget who you're talking to? Why wouldn't I be able to cover that? I knew a few ex-Tojo guys who go in and out of RK on the regular.
Thanks. But watch your back. If they find out you're spying on them, they won't like it.
I'll be ready. Like the professional ex-Yakuza I am. See ya.
He's rough around the edges, but in the end, he comes through.
Yeah. Turns out he's got extra time on his hands.
Why don't you hire him at your office, Yagami-shi?
I'll talk about that with Kaito-san once he recovers. Anyway, sorry Tsukumo, but we have to take Sugiura from you again.
Why start apologizing now? It's all good. We'll talk again soon.
This is a good place to wrap it up for today. How much money do I actually get? Not. 1600. I feel like Crane. Press Y while being knocked back. Interesting. Don't know how much that's gonna help us here. I think we're probably just gonna wait on the Secret of Crane level 3. And attack power. 40k for attack power. Could boost the gauge. Alright. Alright, folks. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Gonna watch this later. Thanks for watching. Always feel free to leave a comment. Discuss, sharing. I'm all about that. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.